everybody, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. Today we are just doing a special. Our shows that are normally on today aren't going to be running, so we're just going to be doing a run of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Before we get into that, just a quick reminder, SGDQ 2023 is coming up May 28th through June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you're interested in attending the event, registration is open now until May 3rd. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. With that said, we are doing the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 80% run. I'll hand it over to the runner and commentator. They can introduce themselves.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for having me on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Hello, everyone. I'm Chired. I'll be your runner for today. I've been running this game for a little over a year now, I guess, and I'm just so glad to get the chance to showcase the any percent category for this game, as 2023 is also the year of its 20th anniversary. So there is no better occasion than this. And I'm not alone today, because with me I have KG and Valnoir, who will be providing commentary throughout the run and just to provide more insight and background on the run and the game itself. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm FGKG. I'm a FFTA speedrunner, and I primarily focused on the Famfrit category. I did end up learning the any percent category, and I also worked on the randomizer for FFTA, so you can check that out if you're interested in learning more.
And I am Valnoir. I am one of two people foolish enough to actually run the all missions category, the closest thing we have to 100% for this, and also the current any percent world record holder. And I am just happy that this game is being showcased as well.
Right, so Final Fantasy is, Tactics Advance is, as the name kind of implies, a tactical RPG that came out for the Game Boy Advance 20 years ago. It has a vibrant world of many races and different jobs, most of which you probably won't be seeing today. And for those who played Final Fantasy XII, you might recognize some of the characters in this game, as it takes place in the same universe. But that being said, I think we are pretty much set, and I'll just reset the game one more time, and then we can start the timer. Is that all right?
Yeah, if somebody wants to give a countdown.
All right, then let's go in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so in the very beginning, we're going to be walking through the real world, where we're going to be entering the school where most of our characters are attending. There's going to be a little bit of a tutorial where we're going to learn about how combat works, but over the next couple of missions, we're going to be learning more and more about the different mechanics that exist in this game.
This is also the first point in the game where there's actually a version difference between the different versions of the game. So the game originally came out in Japan first, and for this fight, it just goes straight into the combat where your characters take turns hurtling snowballs at one another. When they released it later that year for Europe and North America, they decided to add this tutorial to the snowball fight because they figured we didn't know how to throw snowballs. So it takes maybe 40 seconds longer at most to go through this, but that's really the only main difference between versions so far.
And here, one of our characters, Ritz, who's going to show up multiple times throughout the run, is showing us how to take actions and move around in the map.
And miss attacks. That one's very important. It will happen a lot.
But hopefully not
Hopefully
too
not.
much. And so the character with the scarf is Marsh. He is one of the main characters, and we'll be following him along his journey.
So Chired changed a couple settings there. The first one, for pretty much any RPG you're going to speedrun, you want to change the text speed to the absolute fastest possible. That's pretty much a given. You can also change the control input. So since this is on a isometric grid, which direction your cursor moves when you hit any of the 4 directions is determined based on what you select there. So that's purely runner choice. I think most people are more comfortable just with the default because that's typically what you run with. But there's a lot of other time-saving settings in there. Like you can disable experience gain pop-ups, which would happen after every action essentially. And also JP, which is something we'll get when we KO a unit and stuff. And just disabling those saves a ton of time throughout the run. But yeah, that's the whole tutorial fight there. We didn't do anything.
And this is a scripted fight, so the fastest way through it is waiting turns. And what you may notice now is that a bunch of the kids on the other team are throwing snowballs at this one character. His name's Mute. And all of a sudden, things are going to start to go south. But Marsh and Ritz are going to take care of Mute and make sure he's not getting hit with too many snowballs. So the rest of this intro portion is going to be introducing the different characters, again, who we're going to see throughout the run, and kind of explaining their backstories and learning a little bit more about them. Yeah, so in this scene, this is where our 3 friends, Ritz, Mute, and Marsh, are all going to start talking about a book that they're interested in learning about. Mute, I believe, goes to a bookshop and wants to get a book that talks about magic in the world of Final Fantasy. And so they're going to head off and going to pick up that book and then head over to Marsh's house to open it up and see what's inside. And along the way, they are now in the town, and that is actually Mute's father, whose name is Sid. And of course, a Final Fantasy game wouldn't be complete without a Sid character. So this is Sid for this game. And it seems like he's having some trouble with work, which is the scene for the NA version of this game.
Yeah, this scene actually plays out differently in the Japanese version. They changed the content of it because in the Japanese version, he loses his job due to just drinking excessively, and they decided that that wasn't okay when releasing it in the other regions. But I think it's a little bit slower in JP because of his movement, but otherwise it's more or less the same.
And this is where we're finding out that Marsh has actually recently moved to this town. And so he and his family are now here. And this is Marsh's brother, Doned. And then we get to see him not too many times in the run. In the main story, he'll come back much later. But in the very beginning, we actually don't see him until, I would say, probably 3/4 of the way through. But the 4 of them are now together, and we're going to very soon see this book and then check out what's inside.
It's also the first and one of the last breaks in the speedrun where you don't have to mash through anything.
Yeah, this whole time, Trired's been mashing through text boxes and making sure that he advances the text as quickly as possible.
And right now, it's also kind of showing you the 5 races in the game that we'll get access to. So you got the Humes, or the humans that started, Banga, which are the lizard men, the Numu or Numao, which are kind of like dog-like people. You got the Viera there, and then it'll finish off with the Moogles.
I hope you're not a Numu fan, because you will not be seeing them much during this run.
At least not on our team. We will see a couple on the enemy side. And I think playing this game casually, lots of folks have their favorite classes that they like. So it's always fun to, see, how could you make this specific class work, and what abilities do they have? And it's always a fun discussion.
But unfortunately, in the speedrun sense, they are not all equal. In fact, very far from it.
Yep. Lucky for me, Dragoon for the Bongas is one of the ones that are my favorite, so I get to see it quite often.
And now for the second and final break of mashing for the 4-hour speedrun. This is the point where the world gets changed and we get whisked away into a fantasy world.
And one of the things you'll see happening is the real world is going to start to disappear, and the people populating it are going to change, and the environments are all going to change, and we'll start seeing some of the monsters flying around. And we'll also get to see a little bit about what's happening with Marsh and his friends. This is also one of the music tracks that is actually different between the Japanese and the other versions of the game. The Japanese version, a little bit different. And I don't think it actually reappears anywhere else in the other versions either.
So we're almost done with the cutscene. We're getting dropped into the world, and then we get our first actual encounter. Our first real fight.
Oh, he said it. He said
Oh,
the
no.
L world.
Yeah, one of the things you do not do in St. Iblis is call a bonga a lizard.
But luckily, our favorite Moogle comes here and saves us from getting beat up by these two bonga. Just in the nick of time. Hopefully
And
he's
Mont
good this fight.
Mont Blanc, I believe, is a character who appears in many of the St. Iblis games, so Final Fantasy XIV, I believe, also is one of the leaders of Clan Nutsi.
He's definitely in 12.
He's in 12, he's in the sequel to this A2, and also in 14. So now we actually get to do real combat, and this one's still a tutorial fight, so we only get control of one character still, which is not fun, because one thing you'll quickly learn when speedrunning this game is that the guest AI is not ideal.
But we definitely will take advantage of the fact that the enemy AI as well really like to target mages and weaker units like that. So part of the way that we take advantage of that is hoping that Mont Blanc will be able to get a double cast of magic onto these two units now.
That's looking
Okay, so
good.
he's positioned in for magic, that's good. Sometimes he'll go for melee attacks. I think it's a lot more often, more likely to happen if he dodges both attacks from Bonga, because if he has full HP, I guess he's just a little bit bolder. Unfortunately, he missed the monk, so it's going to be a little bit slower of a fight. So there's this thing that we like to call judgeless. So you can see the judge on the chocobo off to the side there. This is the first instance where you can get a judgeless fight. And what we mean by that is you can defeat all of the enemies before the judge takes a turn. So he's taking his turn right here. And obviously you don't want him to do that because it takes time. But to get judgeless on this fight, you have to hit the white monk in the back. That's the first enemy that Shyrid's defeated. And then Mont Blanc has to hit both of them with magic. So that would KO the white monk. And then you have to critical hit the warrior, which is pure luck. And then that enables us to skip the judge's turn and end the battle early. But it's super rare. I've seen it a total of one time ever. on my own runs. I think KG's Famfrit PB has it.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
world record run, he got judgeless.
Yeah.
And the Famfrit category is much quicker. It's about an hour compared to this run, which is around 4 hours. So when you get that time saving, it can really, really make the difference. But in any percent, it makes less of a difference because there's so many other places where you can save or lose time that it would definitely not be worthwhile to reset for that judgeless. Definitely feels good when you get it though. Since it is a long run, it kind of sets you at ease when something like that goes right.
Yeah, like a judgeless split time for that fight is around 11:40, 11:45. And then knock it in judgeless, it can easily average around 12:15. So it's about a half-minute time save. So in an hour-long category like Famfrit, that's a huge percentage of the run comparatively to other time saves you could do.
And as mentioned, the first couple of encounters that we have in the beginning of the game introduce different mechanics over time. So what's now been unlocked after completing what we call Lizard Men is we now get judge points. So anytime a unit KOs another unit, they will get a judge point, which has an effect that can be used on different abilities. It doesn't quite come up yet, but we'll call that out about what abilities end up using judge points. The other thing that happens is that now Mont Blanc is going to extend an offer to join Clan Nutsy to Marsh, and we will get access to a full party. So instead of going in with just Marsh, we will have a full party of 6. And very shortly,
You
we
want
will be
to
going...
explain the difference between any percent and Famfrit percent?
Sure. So one thing that will be more immediately different is that overworld map. Based on the category you're running, you're going to put the towns in different spots. So every time you complete a main mission, you get that little icon where you can go to the world map and place it somewhere. And based on where you place it, that can change where different fights will happen, and specifically with the routings on the days. In addition to that, for any percent, there is a mechanic called Treasure Hunt, which doesn't really get used in the Famfrit category, but for any percent, what that will mean is we'll get some extra really strong items that we need to set up for. So that will come into play probably around the 2-hour marker and beyond that. So there's a lot of setup that is involved, but it'll get you access to some really, really strong weapons. So right now, Trired's going through buying some equipment, equipping all of the units with the equipment that we need for the upcoming fights. We've changed Marsh to an archer in order to get him access to the hunter job. Every mission that he completes as an archer is going to get him some AP on weapons. With each weapon, you can learn a different ability that weapon teaches. And for most jobs, if you master 2 of them, that will get you access to the advanced version of that job. So an archer would turn into a hunter in this case.
And you just saw Chired do a little bit of extra movement before entering the mission, even though he got to the tile earlier. So each day of the calendar year or calendar month has a different law in effect. And what he wanted to do was enter when ice is banned. And then what that means is that because ice is banned, anytime you use a fire skill or fire attack, fire weapon, you will get bonus JP just for doing the opposite of what's against the law. And we're going to utilize this in a little bit. But calendar movement, map placement, those are all really important aspects of the speedrun that don't immediately become apparent when you're just watching the speedrun, but everything is planned out and placed in a way that it's going to work out for us in the end.
This starting party is also very interesting because the different routes will use different members. They all start with the same stats, but we have limited options in terms of what's available in the shop. And so, for example, Famfrit will use some of the units and not use others. And specifically, we don't run with the other archer, the Vera unit, who's in any percent. But in the any percent category, we actually drop the Numu unit that we have. And so that means we don't have a white mage in this case. But fortunately, in this encounter, the enemies don't have any special abilities. Their stats are actually lower than ours because they're level 1 and 2. And so we can get through this fight mostly through normal attacks and the basic abilities that we have. And this archer is going to be very important. This ability, Blackout, is going to blind that one goblin. All right, we got it.
Nice hit. Sweet.
That's one half of the setup.
Yep, that's one half of the setup. And now we need to get rid of the other two goblin units. One is a red cap and the other is the goblin in the back. And then we will explain what will happen once that is complete.
You don't know how much it worries me seeing you cast fire when when the map I use uses fire here.
This is fine. Don't worry about it.
So I was mentioning earlier how all of the map placements and stuff are specifically placed in locations. Like KG said, there's treasure hunts later. It's good for movement and stuff. When we were routing the game, we both ended up making a map. So they're effectively the same, but I've never run this version of it. I just always use the one I made. So the laws are a little bit different on a couple of the battles. And every time I've watched Chirud run the game, I panic when he does something that I think is wrong.
Don't worry, I'm an expert.
All right, and this is the other half of the setup that we need to do. So Speed Break is an ability that will reduce the speed of other enemy units. The Soldier class has a lot of debuff abilities that are permanent. Well, it's stat debuffs that exist for the encounter. All stat debuffs reset after an encounter, so it's if you were to encounter the enemies again, it wouldn't be permanent. Or if enemies use it against you, it's not permanent, thankfully. But what we're trying to do is to slow down this goblin who is blinded in order to take advantage of that and get some levels on Marsh. Just get a couple.
Unfortunately, Chirud accidentally KO'd his own unit. I don't know if that was intentional.
No, I kind of
I was told
misclicked
you were an
there.
expert.
Yeah. Maybe I lied about that.
So about the speed break, if you've played an RPG or another Final Fantasy, you're probably familiar with, a spell like Slow that just completely slows an enemy's turn. Speed break is almost like Slow, but less potent. But like KG said, it lasts the entire battle. So it's the only one we have access to, and we definitely want to slow this goblin down.
At least early in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I misclicked again. I mean, this is going to be a tough fight now. Might have been better to attack Monty here. Oh, well, I missed anyway.
They're doing their best to dodge with all this misclicking you're doing.
Well, tries they might.
Better to get the misses out now. So
I'm just going to go for the side attack here. I don't trust this.
This may become
Oh,
apparent
there we
now.
go.
This is the completion of the setup. One of the things that makes Final Fantasy Tactics Advance interesting is that the missions are all at a preset level. So as we're going through the story, the enemies will always be at the same level no matter what level our party is at. There's some encounters that do actually scale to your level, but since we know exactly what levels each main encounter is going to be, we've routed this game such that every single stat growth we get, we will hit these certain damage thresholds that will allow us to more easily make it through the rest of the game, as quickly as possible.
I guess I'll just move towards him, right?
Yeah.
Let him get that hit in.
Yeah. So the judge took his last main action turn. So what you saw him do was shuffle the bodies around. The judge kind of tries to keep the battlefield clear so all units can kind of reach each other. So a lot of times it's kind of like, in a knight movement shape from chess or whatever. So like one space over, two away for most of them. Mont Blanc's only two away. But he'll always try to keep units like that. When we transitioned the grind to herb picking, you can actually see the rock right here. There's a rock on the right side of the screen with one spot right next to it. And what we previously did is we would have Marsh stand next to the rock with a body in front of him so enemies couldn't reach him. And the judge won't move the body there because it's not touching another one. He likes to keep them separated, but he won't move them if they're not impeding anything. And he doesn't count that as impeding. But luckily, KG somehow discovered this blind strat. I still don't know how you did that.
Random?
Random. So, for some reason, the AI in this battle, if the goblin is blinded and the last one alive, and you have only one unit, he will just give up. He will just not even try.
Would be cool if you stopped moving, though.
He's just trying to find a spot.
There usually ends up being one spot where the enemy AI will just kind of stand there and start skipping their turn, which is really convenient for us because this is pretty much the quickest we can start to level up Marsh and get to the level that we need to clear the game. And earlier I mentioned that it's only a couple levels, but we're going to be going for quite a bit. So we have to get Marsh to actually forget what level it is.
33 is the minimum requirement. So what we're going for is a specific strength stat to clear one mission later on. And it's specifically just for that mission, just so we can one-shot it and move on. And that's roughly halfway through the run. 34 is it helps us meet a couple more ranges later on and makes things a little bit safer. So we actually just go one more level because it ends up saving more time than it takes. But yeah, you can see the goblin here just staring Chirid down, unsure of what to do.
And we'll
I got the better stance though.
That's true. Every time we use the boost action, we get 10 experience because casting an ability on yourself will always generate 10 experience. So if that's a heal, if that's one of these buff moves, even if you did damage to yourself, you'd be getting 10 experience just for hitting yourself. And the reason why we use boost, which is on the archer class, is because it's the fastest animation. Something like first aid on a soldier, or even if we had access to use potions and cast it ourselves, the animations take a long time. And boost doesn't do damage to ourselves. It's very quick, and we can get through this as quickly as we possibly can, but definitely still a lot of levels that we got to get through.
Yeah, so the way experience works, so we get 10 experience for casting something on ourselves, or basically it's 10 experience for an equal level target, and then for every level higher or lower that the target is from you, you get either +2 or -2 experience. So if you're level 5 and you attack, a level 10 enemy, you'll get 20 experience because it's 5 times 2 plus 10. So we don't really have a high level punching bag to hit here. So the best next case scenario is ourselves. But it kind of makes this necessary because if we're going to go fast in this speed run, we don't want to take too long in battles. So we don't want to take time leveling up slowly throughout all of the missions. So this actually ends up being the fastest method to get to the levels we need to actually beat the game. And 10 experience at a time is the one way we do it.
Just since I've been watching chat some during the grind, we will not get the mission item Hero of Jail any longer. This has been routed out essentially. We are not getting the unit Linny. It's just not a thing any longer.
And this is a really great time to ask any questions or even share your favorite FFTA moments. I think there's a lot of us who played this game and have fond memories of it, and we always enjoy just hearing stories from people. So. Let's see, Valnor, is there anything else that you wanted to highlight of maybe the evolution of this route for any percent and how maybe it's changed even from prior versions?
Oh man, this game has come a long way. So I wasn't there during the initial routing and discovery phase, but the threads still exist out there. It's actually really fun to just go back and read through them sometimes. So there's a thread on task videos where it's not as applicable for any percent because a tool-assisted speedrun is absolutely going to be able to do things we can't do, like dodge every single attack and make every attack we do a crit. Like, it's not really viable, but they worked out some stuff on, okay, what would we even do to get through this game quickly? But again, not really too useful for a real-time speedrun because we can't do those frame-perfect inputs and count frames in our head. And then eventually, around like 2012 or so, Speed Demo's archive was kind of the go-to place for speedrunning back then. And there's a thread for this game on there. And, there had been no speedruns for this game at this point. And people just wanted to figure out, how do we speedrun this game? Is it even possible? Because, if you tried to speedrun it with no knowledge, you would just do mission to mission and maybe best case scenario, you beat Famfrit, the first boss, within an hour with little prep, but even then it's going to start getting significantly more difficult. So, there was so much brainstorming and theorizing back then on what could be done. Back then, segmented runs were still pretty popular because you would just do single segments at a time and then stitched them together as a whole run. So one of the first full quote-unquote attempts of the run was a segmented attempt where someone ended up beating the game, I think around level 15 or so, but that was also through just reloading each mission until they managed to even just survive through it. And it's that's not really viable for a real-time speedrun or an RTA. But eventually, I think the runner's name was Galleon Logic. They discovered there used to be a mission we used to use called Frosty Mage. It's, I think, 3 fights in, or 3, well, this mission and then a side mission, and then you get to do Frosty Mage. And what that has is it has 2 pillars in it, 2 ice pillars, and you're supposed to destroy those. And he found out that you could defeat all the enemies and all of your allies, much like we're doing right now, and just leave those pillars alive, and then he would spam First Aid, the soldier self-targeting skill. And this was the first instance of the grind coming into existence. And it wasn't really well routed out at that point because no one had any idea of okay, what units do we even use? What party do we use? People were still trying to use the starting party and just get them to whatever job they wanted and use them throughout the run. I think there was an illusionist in there at some point, and it was really chaotic. But Galleon Logic figured out you could just level up all the way to 50 or so, and then just blitz through the game like that. And for a long time, that's what we did. We would just level, I think for a while, 45 plus. So the grind was actually a lot longer in the past.
And really quick, Valnor mentioned Illusionist. I think that's one of the more popular classes in the game. I think the animations are really cool looking. It hits the whole field. We definitely do not use that in the speedrun because those animations take so long. They're probably some of the longest in the game. In the randomizer, when you get enemies that use illusion magic,
And hide
those
in a
fights
corner.
they hide in the corner, and then they just cast the magic, and it takes a long time to get through those fights. So fortunately, illusionists are also pretty slow. So in the few times that we encounter them in the any percent run, we actually won't get to see that magic, unfortunately, but definitely one of the cool classes.
Yeah. But, so yeah, back then, Galleon Logic, he put out the first video of like a full single segment attempt. Like, this is, I ran through the whole game. This is what it looks like. And it was over 5 hours long. I think probably close to 6. And then it kind of just dropped there. No one really worked on it too much more. It was kind of just considered done. Like, we solved the game. We solved the big question of how do we do it. And for a lot of people, that's the appeal of speedrunning. You know, a new game is like, let's figure out this game. Let's figure out the method and then move on to the next one. And it's actually really fun because we kind of re-experienced that in October last year when we rerouted the game. But I found the game, I think, in 2015, and the route was still pretty much the same. I think the leaderboard at that time was 3 names long. So like most of that was just one and done, or maybe a couple attempts and then moved on just to run the game and call it good. And then I figured out the Archer ability boost was actually significantly faster than First Aid. So to put it into perspective, First Aid, a full level's worth of grinding is about 3 minutes, give or take some seconds. And then Boost is 2 minutes long. But the problem is, Frosty Mage is a couple missions into the run. And, you know, we want to level up as Soldier back then because Soldier has higher strength, and obviously we want, you know, more stats to defeat enemies faster. But how do we get Boost in time to level up as Soldier? Because you can equip another job's abilities as a secondary action. So it then became, you know, rerouting missions. So we did a couple as Archer, learned Boost, and then we switched back to Soldier and used Boost on Soldier. And that's kind of what I did, is I changed that. So the grind got cut down by, you know, 50% of the time, or 30% of the time, just by switching the ability used. And then it largely went unchanged for a while. It was still, you know, we just get high level units and we just run and gun through all of the missions. And then when I was streaming one day, another Final Fantasy community member came into my stream, Skate for a Living, I think was his name. And he's like, hey, have you seen this video on Nico Video? Some Japanese runner did a speedrun of FFTA and he beat your record. And yeah, it's like, what did they do? And we went and watched that video, and it was an entirely different route. It was doing things we had never thought of. You know, it introduced a semi-secret character, which thankfully we've routed out because that was such a run killer. It used assassins instead of bonga, which, I mean, I actually kind of still like them. They're really fast and fun to use. They just don't have summons. But yeah, so we had to like translate that route into English and make it work. And that's where it kind of stuck for, you know, the last 5 years or so, 4 or 5 years. It didn't change too much, just minor optimizations. And then last October, I was bored and I was like, you know what? We know we can grind in herb picking by hiding by that rock, but we've never tried it and timed it. Because on paper, this doesn't seem like it would be faster because you have an enemy taking a turn all the time. And I messaged KG. I'm like, KG, I'm doing it. I'm gonna test it. Here's the results. And he was on board. And then we just completely rerouted the game. But a lot of this is actually built on KG's any % save Monty.
Which is a spoiler for later in the run, this is not a Save Monty run, so we'll have to figure out what that means later on. But as mentioned, one of my favorite classes of this game are Dragoon, and I just like Bongas in general. I like the warriors and how strong their attack growths are. They may not be the fastest units, but really just like their character design and everything. So in the Save Monty version of any percent, I had routed in 2 Bongas that you get them as Dragoons, get them some strong swords. And it just so happened that when we paired some of those concepts together with rerouting this grinding portion, that ended up being slightly more consistent. So what Chirad's running right now is what I think Felnor and I and Chirad and the other runners agree is the more consistent version of this route, because you're not dealing with lower rolls on some of the status effects that assassins bring. But it's the trade-off of you're not going to get necessarily the fastest run all of the time. So we think on paper assassins are probably still faster, but it definitely relies on a lot more going right. And for those of you who really like FFTA and want to play the game, the vanilla version, but don't want to sit through all of this grinding portion, I believe Valnor and another member, Toji, wanted to race this game, and they decided, hey, why don't we just get to the first boss? Let's see who can do it the fastest. And that's what we call the Famfrit percent category. And so, as mentioned, Famfrit is the first major boss of this game, and it's about 5 or 6 missions in, so it's not too terribly long. It ends up being an hour, and there's no grinding whatsoever in that category. You play through the intro, you do all the missions leading up to Famfrit, and you try to beat Famfrit as quickly as possible. And that one uses different techniques. So similar idea of getting some of these weapons that are very strong for the early game, but there's some RNG manipulation that we can actually take advantage of to get those strong weapons and try to move through the game as quickly as possible. But we won't really be doing that same manipulation in the any percent category. Instead, what we'll be doing is when we need to get specific units, we'll be saving the game and soft resetting until we get the units that we need. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, Famfrit is fast-paced. Each decision you make, each miss, can definitely cost you some time. And that was the category that I first learned when being introduced to this game before I decided that I want to learn what this any percent category was. And yeah, definitely the big hurdle was this grinding portion. But even this part ends up being fun when you're running it, because each menu, you're like, okay, I'm so focused. I don't want to misclick on anything and get through it.
Just because I'm watching chat and there is a lot of confusion right now. We're grinding to level 34, which has been changed recently. And the grind will probably end at around 1 hour and 30 minutes. But I believe, KG, there was some interest in the randomizers. So if you want to talk more about what you can do with it and what the options are, that would be appreciated, I believe.
Yeah, sure. So the randomizer is... I do, I guess, want to shout out the modding community for FFTA. There's a lot of folks over there. Leonarth is one of the main people who has just opened up a lot about this game. Leonarth has their own hacks that they have introduced to change the game quite a bit. But the randomizer that I put together is more close to vanilla mechanics. So what it will do is you specify which abilities you want. There are some options in terms of what levels or items or equipment you want in the game or don't want in the game. What your starting party is, you can choose specific units, their levels, and then you can also set it as random as well. There's also some options where you start with a random map and you play through however many missions, and it will finally end with the very last mission of the game. So you can kind of get that feel of, hey, I don't want to play just through the main story missions. I want to play through some of these other encounters that we don't get to see at all in any percent. And so that one's kind of fun because you can tune your run, or you can tune your experience to however you like. But if you wanted to just play through the game, as it was and use different classes, you can also leave it that way too, and just shuffle around the abilities so that maybe you have your a Moogle gunner running through and has some black magic, or maybe your black mage has some Ultima abilities, and it's just kind of fun to be able to react to your enemies also having these different abilities and play through it. So that's the randomizer category. I think we've done a couple of races of that, and it's been fun to just see how the different runners test their knowledge of this game and try to figure out very quickly, okay, what's the fastest ability? What's a strategy to deal with this map? And you would be surprised at how the decision-making process can really slow you down or slow down your run. And I believe almost every single time we've done races, Valnor comes out on top. Valnor is just really, really knowledgeable of this game and makes decisions very quickly, and kind of get a sense of what are the strongest combinations of abilities to put on his team, and then kind of stick to that and run through to the end of the mission. So it's fun time. Yeah, Valnor, I don't know if there's anything else from the randomizer that, like other abilities that you think are just cool that we don't really get to see in the any percent category.
People have been asking where to get it.
I can. Yeah, it's on GitHub. I can.
I'm not sure if you can post the link on the stream. Probably not, but maybe there is some way that they can find it. Also, sorry for interrupting you, Valnor. You were about to say something.
That's fine. Yeah, so when we do races on the randomizer, one of the settings we do is we start with 3 jobs fully mastered, but you can't switch from what job you start as. So, like KG said, there's a lot of decision making and trying to figure out what the setup is going to be for your party, like as fast as possible. So you kind of look at your alternate job choices and you try to look at the set of abilities they've been given, and you try to figure out, okay, what does this synergize with? Do any of these skills stand out to me? Like, do I want to use these? And then it is interesting seeing how different runners approach the same situation, because, KG and I have raced quite a few times, and we'll both come up with a different strategy and they both work, but maybe one is just slightly more optimal, or maybe the other person missed an ability. Like, I think one of the times I beat KG was just because he didn't realize one of the units had Quicken or Smile to use, and those are really broken abilities. They just immediately gives a unit of your choice another turn right away. So those are like S tier abilities in the randomizer. But every once in a while on the Discord, we'll post like a weekly seed for people to compare or something when there's interest in the randomizer. And it's really fun. It's a great way to play FFTA kind of as a vanilla experience, but still try to go fast and do it as optimally as possible, but get it's a randomizer, so just a different experience every time. But definitely recommend checking out if you like this game, but you don't want to do this grind and you still want to have fun.
I mean, simply the option to just skip cutscenes entirely is just so nice, because when you run this game, and I started running this game doing 100% runs, so they just take an hour, and losing a minute is way more crucial than it is over a run of 4 hours. So basically, if you lose time, like some amount of time, it's usually better to just restart the game. But sitting through the first 12 minutes of what's basically cutscenes, it's just not really worth it. And I wish there was an option to skip cutscenes in this game. And just the randomizer offering you to do just that is just so nice for a casual playthrough when you are already familiar with the story.
I believe it also gets rid of the judge turn, which is very convenient. I think there's some other things too that it just stops.
There is some quality of life stuff that would be just so nice for speedruns. And I would love if we could implement that somehow, but I don't think that's happening.
Nope.
So I saw a few people in chat asking about why the goblin's not attacking.
Well, we really cannot explain why he gives up. Like it's either to give the player just more of a shot on the very first mission. Maybe it's just like for the player's safety, you're down to the last 1v1 and they don't want you to lose. But it's dependent on the blind as well. He'll keep attacking you if he's not blinded.
We have some theories as to why this happens. So I guess I can kind of backtrack to how this was discovered. The way that unit turns work is that there is a hidden speed, well, there's a speed stat that every single turn you will get an amount of speed, and when you reach 100 speed, I think it's actually 1,000, but when you reach a speed cap, your turn will come around. So as we're going through this, sometimes it will get in sync where Marsh gets 2 turns, and then it's the Goblin, and then it's the Judge, and then Marsh gets a turn, and then it's Goblin, and then Marsh gets 2 turns, and you start to get into this rhythm. And so what we did originally is when you move, when any character moves, they spend more of their speed, their hidden speed stat, and so their turn will take much longer. And so we were kiting this Goblin by walking in and out of a space where the Goblin could reach, to try to get his turn to come around more slowly. And in there, we had an idea of, well, what happens if we just blind the Goblin and maybe he just misses us so much that we can complete this grind and he'll be wasting his turn because he'll move, he'll attack us, that'll spend a lot of speed. And I tried it out, and then all of a sudden he just stopped attacking me. And I was very confused.
And the Goblin was confused as well.
Yeah, apparently the Goblin didn't know what was happening. And one of the other odd things is that the Goblin would walk away from Marsh. So it wasn't like they just stopped moving. They actually went to like the center, quote unquote, of the map and just kind of stood there. And so we were experimenting more with that, and we found out that, yeah, at some point the Goblin just misses so many times that while they're blinded, that they just kind of stop taking their turn. And again, that's really convenient for us because they wait immediately, so we can get back to Marsh's turn as quickly as possible.
And since we used to be on the other side of the map, so you'll see it more when we switch between like the Goblin and the Judge or Marsh and the Judge. The camera has to pan to the unit. So when we were on one side of the map and the Goblin was in the center or walking back to us, there's a lot of camera panning back and forth. And that actually does add up a little bit of time. It's not, I don't think it's the same speed each time regardless of distance. So being able to just stand right next to him like this is super handy.
Ideally, we would love to have the Judge standing right next to us as well, but he just loves to walk long distances, going left and right all over the place. But there is nothing we can really do about that. Like, there is no way to influence the movement of the Judge, sadly.
Yeah.
And one of the things we don't know, though, is if the AI is programmed to do that just specifically for this mission because it's the first quote-unquote mission of the game that you pick up, or if it's just the way that AI works. We haven't tried this in any other mission, mostly because this is the only place where we grind. Yeah. So if anyone wants to figure it out, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the questions I'd get asked a lot when I streamed attempts of this is why don't we split the grind up? And it just wouldn't be worth it, because even if we could get through like, the first half of the game with, level 16 or something with no issue, we would still have to set up another mission and do the grind again. And just the setup alone of, defeating all the enemies but one, or leaving an obstacle or whatever the objective is alive, it would just take too much time. So it's easier to just front load all of the leveling at once and just accept that you won't level up anymore from there on out throughout the run.
One of the nice things about the current routing of this game is that we take advantage of a lot of the mechanics that this game has to offer. There's an ability called Combo, which we'll see very shortly, that leads to a guaranteed attack, but it spends judge points. So depending on the number of judge points you have and different factors, it will do more damage, and you can have other units that also have combos join in, and it ends up, you can hit the damage cap very easily with Combo. And then there's Totemas, which are, when you beat the main bosses, certain races will get access to use Totema, and those can hit the whole field and will either do damage or do magic damage or MP damage. And those also use 10 judge points. So we've actually have, I think, 5 missions now that we use Totema, up from where we used to use, I think, only 3, right? Or maybe even 2. I think it was always 3.
I think it was just 3 in the old route, yeah. Now it's 6, right?
Okay, 6, yeah. So it is the fastest way to clear a map because it hits the whole field, but the cost is that we have to find ways to get 10 judge points. And we have to have a unit that can also use the damaging Totema as well. So that's one of the reasons why Bonga end up being a little bit faster in this route, is because we can use their Totema to do damage to the whole field. Humes also have a damaging Totema that's very good. Mughals also have a damaging Totema, but theirs is based on magic, because the Mughal class in general has more magic users than physical damage users. So theirs is a little bit weaker, just because magic in this game tends to be on the weaker side compared to straight physical attacks.
But despite that, we will actually be seeing that summon anyway.
Also, just as an update, we are over halfway through the grind, so that's something.
Yeah. You're hanging in there, Chirad?
Yeah, my fingers are starting to hurt, but at least they're warm now, so I guess that's something.
This is definitely the part of the run where you get to think about what's upcoming after this. And after this part, there's pretty much no parts in the game where we aren't in a mission or setting up for some sort of manipulation or menuing, and we're kind of active after this. There's going to be some parts where we reform the party and get new party members, but beyond that, it's really as quickly as you can go and react to different situations that come up. There's still quite a bit of RNG in this game. We try to mitigate as much of it as we can.
I mean, it's just the RNG factor is pretty much what makes or breaks a run at this point, it feels like. There's just so much that can go wrong, from clans spawning over on a different tile of the map, or missing a single attack and just wasting 2 minutes or something due to that. It's just, you can get punished by RNG pretty harshly in this run. But it's just part of it.
One of the things we'll try to do and highlight in each of the missions is talk about what is the map layout, what are the enemies that are the highest priority targets, even when we're at that point when we are one-shotting most of the enemies on the map. There's still an order that we consider because of the speed factor. We want to reduce the enemy turns as much as we can, and ideally we get these missions where there's no judge turn, there's no enemy turns, and we can get in and out of the mission as quickly as possible. So a lot of the routings for the missions, you start with an opening, and you see what happens, see what plays out, see what attacks hit and miss, and then based on that, it can start to branch out. So that's one of the fun parts, at least for me running this game, is that you really have to know all those different paths and decide what is the best option based on who you think is going to go next in the turn order, and kind of get a feel for how the missions flow. So there is quite a bit of mastery to it, and again, you can see that through Valnor's times and even running the randomizer, where he just has a really good sense of how missions are going to go and can optimize for that.
Yeah, so for a lot of missions, there's typically an optimal way they can go where, it's going to play out roughly the same each time. But, like Chirad said, if you miss an attack, you can lose, 15, 30 seconds at a time. But also, if you miss an attack, that means likely an enemy didn't die when it was supposed to. So now this throws off, the whole optimal battle strategy. So battles and the speedrun in general can become very reactive. So as opposed to other speedruns where, you go into a boss fight and you know what to do on turn 1, turn 2, like it's the same each attempt. This one is very much a more fluid run in that sense, where you're just constantly adapting on the fly to whatever comes your way. So like even just traveling on the world map, it's not active yet, but there's opposing clans that will spawn and wander around for 6 days. And just knowing how to move around them and still kind of stay on route as close as possible is a huge time difference between runners. Like, being able to cleanly do that without hesitation and know exactly, like, okay, well, that clan just moved there, so I need to go, 2 spaces to the right to dodge it, or like back and forth, give it some time to move out of my way. It's really cool at, the high level speedrun gameplay, just seeing how cleanly it can be done.
When we were rerouting this, we would watch each other's runs and kind of observe and say, oh, even the practice runs, we'd look and say, okay, what could we improve? And we were really helping each other, which is really awesome for the community just to have that support. But there were times I remember, I don't even know which one of us it was, but you would see us like physically pause on the map and not move. I'm pretty sure it was me. Like, there were times I would just hesitate and freeze, and like I'm thinking and calculating of where to go. And sometimes it's painful to watch, but it's also good to grow, because you're like, okay, that's that moment where I know what decision I need to make next time.
Yeah, it's very much, you learn with each attempt a little bit more what you need to do and where and how to react to stuff.
I think I saw some suggestions about, hey, the run should start after the grind, and that's one of the things that in practicing, at least, I did a lot. This is quite a long run, and I didn't have the time always to sit down and practice this part. So, fortunately, through just the game, normally you can save 2 files. So I would have one file where I would keep that kind of as my, I would load that up first and then save it to the file 1, and have that after the grind. And the way the run is segmented, there's one part that's about an hour, and so you can practice those encounters and reform the party and go through that. And then the later half of the run is about 90 minutes. And so it really makes it nice, because there's different parts where you can practice and get that experience and play the game and get that practice up. So whenever you did feel like you want to sit through the whole entire run, you feel much more practiced. So it's nice, especially because you don't go through too many missions in the beginning.
And then when you feel comfortable, you can absolutely just sit down and do the full run all at once and see how much that practice pays off.
So I know you talked about it a little bit at the beginning of this battle, and I don't know if there's going to be time to talk about it later, so if there's time later, then you ignore me. But I know that this game is unique in that you create the map. Is there anything more thought that goes into it besides just how fast it is to get to places?
Oh, absolutely. So there's a mechanic called treasure hunts. So there's certain combinations of tiles that will trigger like a little shake on the map for a location, and you can go to that location and then just dig for a treasure hunt or whatever, and you'll get an item for that. And the speedrun actually utilizes that 3 times for 3 specific weapons. And the cool thing about the map, though, is that, because like I said earlier, KG has his map set up, and then I also made one, which means there's not a definitive, this is the best map. We just have specific criteria that needs to be met, and then you can build around that however works best for you. So pretty much anyone could take that criteria, take a rough version of the route, and then fill in the blanks however they feel works best for them. But aside from the treasure hunt placements, a lot of it is trying to create, the shortest paths between places, or, if you can adhere to the movement route that's in the notes, then we'll kind of try to set it up in a way that you get to a mission, if you're on the right date, that has a good law set without having to detour and burn any calendar days by extra movement or something. So there actually is a lot of thought that goes in the map, but it is really cool because it's not a mechanic you see in very many games where you're essentially building your own world as you play. The only other ones I can think of would be like the Dark Cloud games where, you have a solution you need to solve for the towns that you're rebuilding, but it doesn't have to be 100% the same each time. You can kind of vary it a little bit here and there. That's kind of like what we have with the treasure hunts. Those are the requirements, and then we just do what we can around that.
The 3 items that we end up picking up from Treasure Hunt are an Estraledge, Cicada, and a Gastrobow. Each will come pretty much almost like 1/3, 2/3, and pretty much the end of the game. And each of them provide a huge damage boost to our characters. But the requirement for a Treasure Hunt is every time you place an icon on the map, it will check the surrounding tiles, and if you have matching icons, it will spawn that item. So the first item, Estraledge, that we're going to get, I believe, is 2 mountain tiles and 2 cities. And so when you have that combination surrounding another tile, then the Estraledge will spawn in the middle where there's the 2 mountains and the 2 cities. The next one we get is a Cicada, which is 2 forests and 2 deserts. And unfortunately, this is where the main missions happen, and they will give you a certain tile. So we always get the same order of tiles based on the mission. So Cicada will happen much later. And then the final item is 3 plains, which is, I believe,
third to last fight.
Yeah, third to last fight. It's the second to last icon that we get to place. And so you'll see there's this one hole in the middle of the map where we don't put anything because we're waiting for that last plains. And that Gastrobow is a very long-range bow that we will get to use almost immediately. As soon as we get it, it just helps with those endgame fights. In addition to that, Valnor mentioned that when we're going through the main missions, we want to minimize the distance between them. And there is even stuff that we don't understand about how to route the missions quite yet. But the missions will cycle in and out of the pub, which is where we'll pick up all our missions. And there will be a part of the game when we're looking for a very specific optional mission. And we believe that there's some ways to manipulate getting that mission that we need and making it so that there are optional missions that don't appear when we're trying to pick up that mission. But as mentioned with the clans where we have to avoid them and certain days, you have to take extra days of movement. It's very hard to always get to that point with the exact number of days moved every single time. But we do try to minimize the distance that we move to try to line up the missions so that a bunch of the missions won't appear in the pub at that time, so we can more easily get to the one that we need.
Level 23, so we're getting close. At 31, things are going to change up a little bit.
I believe that is something that some of the FFTA runners that are in the chat right now, I think many of them are actually not familiar with it yet, because they might be more familiar with an older route where we don't do that. So I hope that might be a surprise for them.
Yeah, if you are familiar with the old route and you haven't had the joy of watching this new route, there will be a lot of fun moments where you're like, wait, that's different. Especially when we get toward that mid game.
So it's actually funny too, because what's going to happen, so when we were routing this game, it's really hard to definitively say what's faster or slower for a lot of strats. Like, we'll come up with something, and then if you change one thing in mission 5, you change a strat or something, or allocate resources differently, then it kind of butterfly effects outwards, and it changes a lot of things later on. So, just because you save 1 minute here doesn't mean it's just a 1 minute time save, because now you might be losing 20 seconds later on here, maybe 15 here. And a lot of strats we kept comparing and coming up with ended up being pretty even on, you save the time here, but you actually just end up losing it here. So we just had to run an ongoing joke where every time we came up with a new strat and we tried our best to time out, like, okay, is this actually a time save? It ended up just being equal, and then we just joke, well, it's just runner's choice, do you want to do this dangerous, risky strat that's actually just, the same time as this one you could do instead? And
that's definitely where some of the runner's personality can come out. I think Chirad is the most on paper runner. Chirad is really good at following through the notes and doing the optimal strats. And it's really great to hear his perspective when we're talking just different ideas. I feel like my personality and strategy is just to do random things and to experiment, which generally does not work out for me all the time.
Just throw a handful of darts and use what sticks, you know, like.
Exactly. Or I'll risk it. I'll just try different things. So it's funny hearing Chirad and Valnor comment on my strategies or what I might do. And I think Valnor is just goes with the flow. I don't know. There's something different about the way you run the game, Valnor. It feels
it's incredible.
like
just watching Valnor is just like, I don't know how he does it. He's just
it's awesome.
fast, and I don't know how he does it.
I've played this game for hundreds of hours now. Like, I know it way too well. But Chirad has a role in this too. So KG and I were doing a lot of routing, and then one day Chirad's like, I'm gonna stream any percent, and he's using this old Vieira route, like, because we haven't published or like finalized any of the routing changes we've made. So he's running the old route
at that time.
And he does the run. He gets a good time, and then he's gonna do another attempt, and we're like, well, hey, you want to test something for us? So we would give him a set of notes, and he's like, sure, I'll run this work in progress route. And then he'd run it, he'd give his feedback, and like we'd see where he runs into speed bumps that we didn't anticipate. And then, 3 days later, we're like, all right, we have another route for you. For the longest time, he's just never been able to run the same route more than like 2 or 3 times in a row before we would change something. But eventually it settled down, and we just kind of chilled a little bit on the changing.
But Chirad definitely was.
To be fair, I really did enjoy that time.
Especially good news for you.
Yeah, I heard about that. But especially because I hadn't settled on one route yet. Like, I wasn't used to running a specific route. I was just starting out and just trying stuff and trying to get used to the run in general. Being in that sort of Wild West area of rerouting the game was just so amazing, because every day there was something new, something changed all the time. And even though I didn't really get that much consistency in, just because everything was different every single day, I really had a great time with that. And it was just so much fun seeing how the route just slowly changed and adapted into what it's today.
Yeah, like, one of the decisions KG made was, hey, let's use Bonga. And I'm like, I don't know about that at first. So, I was running Vieira still, trying to make that work with a new herb pick and grind. That's the mission we're in right now. And then, I got a PB on that. I'm like, okay, let's try Bonga. And then, at one point I'm just like, wait, why don't we teach them counter? Like, just question one thing and then changed it. And then I would make something, and then KJ would be like, well, what if we did this little change to it? And it was just a bunch of like, how about this idea? How about that one? And then we just bounce back and forth, and Chirad's just watching this whole time. And it was a lot of fun. It's, a lot of people don't get to experience the routing process of a game. And I think it was really interesting to actually do that, especially for a speedrun that had already been pretty established. We thought we had figured out, the run route, like it wasn't going to change. There was no time left to be saved. Up until, the last 6 months, the world record was a 356. And sub 4 was like the dream back then. Like, it was so difficult. And right now it's sitting at a 349.52, I think. And that's unfortunately with outdated strats. If you look at that video, I think it still has the rock grind in here. So like the run wasn't, or the route wasn't even finalized then. And I accidentally got, a good time with it.
Valnor was very upset with that time being the world record and was hesitant on publishing it for the longest time. And then eventually
it's so hard to beat. It's got so much good luck in it. KG came really close. He was 2 minutes ahead for the final stretch.
But one thing goes wrong and you get flustered and it happens. But again, it's fun because you learn about those different things that can happen, and it makes it fun to go back again and say, okay, I remember this experience, and you optimize your strats differently based on your own personal experience. So it's a lot of fun. And I think in the older version of the route where we were leveling as a soldier, 27 was around when we stopped the grind, correct?
29.
29.
So that was one of the main questions when switching to herb picking is what level archer has equivalent strength to a 29 soldier? Because that's the only stat point we need is that level strength. And the answer was just 33. It wasn't actually that much higher. I mean, it's 4 levels, so about 8 minutes more grinding, but it actually worked out better in the end because we get to do it right away.
The way stats work in this game is that units will have, or classes will have, a fixed amount of stats that they get, and then they'll have a bonus roll on bonus stats. So let's say the archer has a stat growth of 1.6. They will every level get 1 strength or attack boost, and they have a 0.6 chance of getting an additional attack point when they level. So 33 is kind of that sweet spot where we definitely are over that threshold of getting the strength that we need. But some of our stats will vary run to run. And when we start recruiting other units, their stats will also start to vary. So there's kind of a fluctuating range of what we can get. And so we use those stat thresholds just to give us a rule of thumb of, hey, we kind of expect or know what will happen if we have units around these levels. And fortunately, for the most part, it's fairly consistent about what you can get. And we don't have to worry about too much difference.
So we got 3 more levels to go until we do revive Monty. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, when you're doing this grind, there's always just, you look forward to the little things, or you keep yourself entertained however you can possible. So like KG and I had just been doing offline runs, just either streaming unlisted on YouTube to record the video or just doing a local recording. And like for me personally, when I'm doing the grind by myself with nothing to keep me entertained, like I'll just mentally track each level's time and just, it's kind of like, playing a racing game and trying to get a new lap record. I'm like, okay, can I get that 2:03 on this level? And like, it's surprising that can just keep me entertained. But then, you switch it up near the end of the grind by bringing Mont Blanc back to life, and now, the grind changes a little bit more. It's a little bit more interactive.
We've also done runs together as well, just to cheer each other on and get that extra practice. And it's always fun to chat with each other during this part because it's a long section, but it's just a good chance to catch up like we're doing now.
I don't think we've done a 3-way race since the reroute. I know we did one early on, and we all got awful times because no one was frequent with the game.
But I also think we had 3 different routes then, didn't we?
I think so, and I think
yeah.
even now, if we were to do it, it would pretty much be 3 different routes of, okay, who's going to save Monty? Who's not going to save Monty? Who's running Vera?
Yeah, we just have 3 very different styles of running the game, it feels like.
I can safely say that I'm going to try to route in Bonga whenever I can. I think that's a consistency. They're just too cool.
I mean, I don't really care too much about Banga, but they do have counters, so I'm sold on them.
Oh yeah, so that was one thing that Valnor mentioned, and we're bringing it up again. Some of the strategies that a lot of people use in casual playthroughs of this game, there's some abilities that are reaction abilities. Counter is one of those early reaction abilities where when you get attacked, you retaliate with your own attack if the user is in attack range. So we'll use that later in the game to not have to take a turn to KO units. But we won't, unfortunately, get access to some of the stronger reaction abilities like Strike Back, Reflex, and what's the other one? Bone Crusher, I think.
Yeah, it's Bone Crusher.
Yeah, so we won't get access to some of those, and unfortunately, we won't get access to guaranteed Concentrate or Double Sword or some of the other support abilities. Those ones are a little bit out of the way to get, except for Concentrate, where sometimes it's a random chance that we'll get it based on the mission rewards that we get. So that's really the only support ability I think that we may get to see. But it turns out that a lot of those casual strategies are very strong in the speed run as well. So whenever we can, we try to take advantage of those when they're available to us.
Almost made it to level 30, so that's cool.
And as we prepare to pick up Monty, we're actually going to get some levels on Mont Blanc as well. When we're using Boost, because we're casting it on ourselves, we get 10 experience. When we pick up Monty, the level difference between Marsh and Mont Blanc is going to be so large that Monty is going to get, I believe, almost a full level for every action he uses on Marsh because of the way that experience gains work. So we'll get a number of levels on him very quickly. So that grind to get Monty up to a high level, not going to take very long. So we're going to take advantage of that. And the way that recruiting units for your party works is that it will take the party average. So take all your units that you have in your current party, average their levels together. And when you recruit new units, it will catch the new units up to your party level. And so we're going to take advantage of that to get some higher level units. So right now, our party's around, except for Marsh, is around level 2, 3, and 4. We're going to dismiss our entire party. We're going to level Monty up since we can't dismiss him, and then recruit some new units that are at the average level of Marsh and Mont Blanc.
The inability to dismiss Mont Blanc is a huge factor in the speedrun because, like even though we can level him up kind of quickly by just attacking Marsh over and over, it still takes too long to get him all the way caught up. So he's going to just constantly hold back the clan level average for the longest time until we find a method of removing him, which may make some people sad, but it has to be done.
This is also different than the save Monty version of the route, which would still be considered any percent, but we call it save Monty just because it uses a vastly different strategy.
Almost 31.
There we go, 31.
Okay, so now it's going to change up a little bit. And also, this is going to upset our friend, what's his name, Cut Red?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to like what we're about to do. So up until now, he's been pretty okay with just Marsh standing there looking at him. He does not like Mont Blanc, so he's gonna come for him. But we go back to boosting with Marsh. He still needs to get 34. And then Chirod's gonna cast fire on him here a few times. So again, we entered when ice was against the law. So fire is a bonus, which means every time we cast fire, we get 10, or not 10, we get 1 JP on Mont Blanc, and you can store up to 10 JP. So we're gonna do that till he hits the cap and then switch to regular attacks. But regardless, oh, go ahead.
I was mistaken. I think Monty's getting over 50 experience, so he's not getting a full level every action. But the point at which we bring him up, he's getting over 50, so 2 actions would get him a full level, and we'll take advantage of that until, I think just like roughly under where he stops getting a full level for 2 actions.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit? Okay.
That's fine. The odds of ending are pretty low. You've got another Phoenix down.
Yeah. This should not be an issue. I still just hate to see it. For the off chance that he does hit again.
Sometimes he'll just punch and then his next turn he'll just walk away. And then he'll walk back and punch again instead of punching and walking away. The AI is very questionable in this game at times. But basically every time Chirrut ends Monty's turn here, he wants to make sure his back isn't facing the goblin or facing a way the goblin can reach to minimize the chances of being hit, because your accuracy is based on the direction your target is facing. So obviously back attacks have the highest chance, side attacks a little bit more, and then front attacks you're looking at 50% or less usually, unless you happen to support ability like Concentrate.
I believe that's different as well than TA2, Tactics Advanced 2.
Yeah, A2 just lies about the accuracy. You will be told 95% all the time, and it'll miss.
But also
wow.
facing...
Oh, wow.
He's doing it.
Oh, he's coming
And
for
he's
you
going
now.
for... Oh my god. He's serious now.
Well, you've got 54 HP. He's not killing you. I'd potion for safety now.
I mean, he can level up on me too.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I think one more fire after that.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so Save Monty's kind of a joke category where your goal is to give Mont Blanc a hug at the very end of the game, because he gives you a hug in the ending cutscene. So he has to make it all the way there, which means you're probably going to level him up higher. And as I've been messing around with that a little bit this last week, I accidentally killed Marsh because I didn't realize I was doing more than 1 damage. Because he actually got to a higher level.
Alright, so we're up to 10 judge points here. So we can switch to just fighting. Just because fighting is faster than using magic here. So that's what we will continue doing now. Oh, he finally missed. Let's see if he just leaves Monty alone for a while. That would be nice.
Yeah, KG mentioned earlier a little bit on how speed works. So you start your turn with essentially 1000 speed value. And if you take an action or move, it'll drop you down to 600. If you take an action and move, it drops you back down to 0. And then every essentially tick, the game will add your speed value to whatever you were last at until someone reaches 1000, and then it gives that unit a turn. So moving and taking an action will delay your turn as long as possible. Just moving or just taking an action shortens it significantly. So a lot of the time in the speedrun, you want to try not to move if you don't have to.
He's serious about this. Oh, now he's finally leaving. Okay.
Yeah, you probably want
He'll keep coming back.
I'll check the HP on Monty. Let's see.
I'd be careful just in case of a crit.
Yeah, might as well.
I think you usually get like 1 or 2 extra turns on him anyway.
Yeah.
So this should be fairly safe now.
So Marsh has 1.5 levels to go. Mont Blanc has 6.
Marsh is going to 34, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So 34 is, like I was saying earlier, runner's choice. 33 is the required strength value, but 34 just makes so many more encounters a little bit more manageable and less RNG heavy later on. So we've opted to just take the extra 2 minutes to do it just for consistency and
and especially in a no reset run like this one here, where things should hopefully go well. I'd hate for things to go wrong, so I just take the extra security here. I actually considered blinding Marsh in this fight at some point.
I think that would give the goblin full accuracy, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's probably better not to do that. I was just
And I don't know
thinking,
if that would mess with his AI then, if he knows he could hit. 'Cause who knows how this game works? We'll talk about arrows later.
Oh, this guy is going wild. What's with this goblin here? He's just all over the place, just trying to hit anyone.
More turns for us.
That's true.
All right, we are in the final 10 turns of the grind
For Marsh.
for Marsh.
So just for you
Anything
guys, as an announcement, there will be a short break after this grind, and I hope that Church is here to hear that. But I'm pretty much going to finish this fight, and then I would probably do a safety save, and then we can go for a short break. I think that would be ideal.
Sounds good to me. And yeah, I've been here the whole time.
He's
Listening to y'all
engrossed.
talk about the game has been no, seriously. Like it actually, I have been like listening to you talk about this game has been awesome. I love this game. So hearing like all of these awesome things that I never really learned as a casual player is awesome.
And like we're just talking about them. The run to come is so entertaining. There's so much going on, and it looks simple at first, but behind the scenes there's a lot of micromanaging and making sure everything works out. It's so much more than meets the eye.
One of the reasons we wanted to talk about all these mechanics is because when we get into it, we want to do as much play-by-play to see it all in action, because there just would not be enough time to talk about the small nuances. So hopefully everyone's looking forward to that.
So yeah, while the grind is not the most entertaining thing to watch, it just gives us a chance to pretty much explain what's going on and what has happened and how long of a way this game has come, especially recently with the changes to the routes that mostly KG and Valma did end of last year. So anything after this is just going fast, and that's where things really go wild here.
And I think
It's also the rewarding part of the run. Like we do all this just to really go fast after.
And there's been a lot of history, as mentioned, for this route, and different people doing different versions of the routing and learning more. And we're always looking for other people who are interested in running Famprit or any percent. And I know Valnor, as mentioned, is looking for people to run all missions. That is one category that is very much not explored.
There's 2 people on the leaderboard for it. I'm the only one to have done multiple runs, I think. And it's quite a run. But I think we know more about this game than we have ever before, so it should be easier. And also KG's randomizer actually has a mission tracker on it, which is really handy for that category.
Yeah, we have many spreadsheets and stuff to track that in theory, should another...
In theory.
All missions exist. I guess that is one last bit that we can talk about is the way that missions unlock in this game is one through clearing the main missions, but through doing side missions as well. So there's some dependencies that we need to clear, and we'll get to see a little bit of that as we round out this portion.
I mean, I guess I could just wait here. Not sure why I moved there. Let's go. Alright, and that's the grind done. So as soon as the mission reward screen finishes, I'm gonna go for a safety save here, and then that would be the good time for a break here. We're gonna have a short cutscene, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, we've been looking for herbs this whole time, and they were over here. Not next to the goblin, who knew?
Maybe we should have just checked to the right here,
We should have
but
gone
we
over
stayed
that
on
way.
the left side all the time. So place this here, and I'm just gonna save here because you never know. Alright, so this would be a prime time to go for a short break here.
So yeah, during these longer hotfix runs, we like to take a quick break in the middle of them, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, something like that. Real quick before we go to our break, just a quick reminder: your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits shared on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the games in quick hotfix. So if you like some of these runs like this, where we get to show off some longer speed runs, any of our daily content, how to train a speedrunner, the first step, stuff like that, it really does help us put on these shows. With all that said, we'll be back in a few minutes for more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our showcase of Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. We have just finished a very long grind portion, and we're ready to get into... well, there's debate on whether or not the grind is the exciting part or not, but we're ready to go into the next part of the run. If everybody's ready, I'll give you a quick countdown.
Alright, please go ahead.
Alright, from five, or on go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so first thing we do is we just dismiss anyone or every party member that we have. We don't really need level 2s in this clan any longer. Thank you for your service. And now it's time to go fast.
Now, as we're picking up these different missions, this is the pub which we mentioned where we will go and pick up different missions, optional missions, main missions, dispatch missions where we will send units to do optional ones. So we'll be coming back here after every single mission that we do, just to pick up the latest ones. And this is the first optional mission that we will actually be completing. As mentioned earlier on, we need to get Marsh from the Archer class to the Hunter class. He currently has the longbow, which will give him the ability boost. Once we master that ability, we'll be halfway to the Hunter. So then we'll switch Marsh over to the other bow, which will give him another ability, and then we'll be able to switch over to a Hunter. So some of these optional missions are in here just to make sure that he's getting the ability points that he needs.
Yeah, the missions also have a secondary purpose that it's running in the background at all times that you might not be aware of. So every encounter you do or enter, you don't even have to complete it, adds to a shop upgrade counter. So even the snowball fight at the start and the lizardman tutorial fight count towards this counter. And the way it works is after 10 encounters, the shop where we buy equipment will upgrade and have new items in it. And we'll actually be using that to get some weapons for some future party members in a little bit. And then after 20 encounters total, it upgrades one more time. And that's more or less the final upgrade for the speedrun. The ones after that require like specific areas liberated and stuff, so it's not relevant to the speedrun. Oh, we got some really good luck here. So non-story missions, almost all of them have a chance of giving you a recruit to show up afterwards to join your clan. And one of the things we need after this mission is to get another member. And it's roughly a 50% chance for one to show up. Snow and Lucia, we don't plan for it to be there, but if it does show up, then it saves us a little bit of a headache later on. We don't have to worry about reloading the save file and trying again. So that was actually really good luck. Best luck would have actually been getting Bonga Warrior, because then you could just start using it right away. But we finally made it to the second story mission, Thesis Hunt. And like you saw in the last mission, Chirid was just using his combo ability from where he started. And this hits with 100% accuracy if the enemy's in your range. So we're just strong enough to be able to one-shot these enemies without moving, and they'll slowly come to us, and his only goal is to just kind of try to pick them off as efficiently as possible.
What will be interesting is that as we upgrade our equipment, our weapons, that will actually increase our damage by a significant margin. So the way that damage works in this game for physical attacks is it will take into account the attack rating on your weapon and combine that with your attack stat.
He crit me.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because now the thief's out of range.
So
Pretty rude.
as we saw there, crits will actually not only do bonus damage, but it will push you one space away. So there is fall damage in this game. Surprisingly, if you push someone off of a very high tile, they will take damage from the attack and also as they land on the ground.
And one thing,
I mean-
if we look back during the grind, one thing Chirid did was he had Marsh against a little ledge, and then Mont Blanc
Nice.
on the other side. So even if he did crit, he wouldn't push Marsh away and then have to move and chase after him. So it's a really tiny optimization, but it's like one of those little things that isn't apparent right away.
So ideally, I wouldn't have liked to take out the soldier here. I would have gone for the thief and then the enemy archer. But I didn't want to move just to get my turn around quicker.
There's kind of themes based on the enemies that are on each map. Especially through the early game, archers are notorious for not only having high evasion, but also having annoying status effects, such as blind, disable, and they also will run away. So they'll prevent you from moving around, they'll prevent you from taking actions, they'll make your accuracy worse, and they're really hard to hit. So we generally try to target archers pretty quickly. This white mage on this map in particular also has the protect ability. So when they cast that one, it will just make us do less damage, which can be kind of annoying. But fortunately, the white mage tends to only do that once in a while, and will generally try to move closer and melee attack, at least this early into the game. Most enemies do not have a lot of abilities to choose from.
He's on 41 HP. Do I use Monty?
You have a pretty good chance of one-shotting,
Let's go
but it
for
might
it.
not be. Yeah.
And don't fight.
Yeah, not with fight. I don't think that one would work. So even though we leveled up Mont Blanc quite a bit,
Oh,
and he
that's
missed
so
it
close,
anyway.
actually. There was a range 2 here.
Yeah, so
And
he's
now he
still
goes
not
for first
really.
aid.
He's still not really strong enough to defeat enemies on his own.
He'll get there.
Much like a Pokemon game, there are damage ranges. So what you see there in the damage preview is not always going to be the final number you get. So there's a little bit of a range that we can roll in addition to the accuracy that we see.
Unless you use combo, in which case it will always be whatever the estimate says it is, unless you have other people with combo joining in on the combo, which we won't see in the speedrun, but the randomizer, you will learn to love utilizing that strategy.
Combos is really, really great for taking out bosses when you have multiple units who can take advantage of it. But unfortunately, Marsh is the only one who will get it for this speedrun. So now that we've finished this first mission, we're actually going to learn about other clans in the world of St. Evilise. Now, I believe it's actually after this next mission, clans will start popping up and walking around on the overworld map. So Chirid is going to have to do his best to avoid them. And we just placed a forest tile, so this one is actually not going to be used for the treasure hunt.
So Wanted is just a defeat the boss mission, which means we can just deploy Marsh, run in, combo, get out. The primary point of this mission is to get a recruit to join the clan, because you can't send Mont Blanc out on dispatches since he's a story character. So we need a generic unit in order to get more generic units. Chirrut got an archer earlier from Snow and Lucia, so he doesn't need to get anyone from this one specifically, but he would normally save and reload if nothing shows up after this. But since he doesn't need to do that, he can just finish the mission. Like Keiji's been saying, we do need to master abilities, so the ability points we get from this mission are part of the route, so we still have to do it. We can't just flee from it and run away if we already got a unit. We have to complete it regardless. Of course, you get one. But we only need one unit, so he doesn't really do any good.
Now, though, there's one of the clans that we saw, or that we were talking about. Definitely not one you want to see this early. But it was a little bit quick to see, but we have now officially walked a full calendar month. And the way that the calendar works is in that intro cutscene, we saw the different races of St. Iblis, and each race will have a month that belongs to them. King Moon is the one for Hume, Mad Moon is one for Bonga, and during that month, there will be special missions that we can dispatch a generic unit on to get more generic units of that race. So the next part is, as we're forming our party, we're going to pick up 2 Bonga units, and we're going to do this within Mad Moon. So it's really important that we get that early game calendar down so that we can have enough time to get 2 Bonga units. Chirrut is moving a specific number of days to make sure that mission can complete.
Then he's going to save just in case he doesn't get what he needs the first time and reload until he does. Come on, Dragoon.
No, that's not it.
So the Bonga have essentially 2 trees of jobs. I consider like one to be the magic support and then the other to be the physical melee one. White Monk is the start of the magic support tree. It doesn't have a lot of strength, but it has a lot of speed, so it can be used. It's the best option on that side. The other side of the tree has Warrior, Defender, Gladiator, and Dragoon. Defenders are really slow, so we can't actually use them, but the other 3 are all runnable, so we have pretty good odds because the Bonga have very few jobs total to actually get what we want. Which is actually really important for the reroute, but we can get into that when we remake the party a second time.
And this is Frosty Mage.
Yeah, this is Frosty Mage. This is where the old grind used to be. You can see the ice pillars in the back. Those are this map's goblins that we would just leave alone.
But we spent significantly less time in this route, in this fight.
Yep. One of the things that we were sad about when we did the grind on herb picking, sad or maybe just wished we could have had different music, is that the 2 maps use the same song. So we were stuck with the same song.
But again, we're just fleeing some extra missions here just to increase the shop counter so we can get some weapon upgrades in a little bit.
This is Professor Augie, one of the few NPCs that we actually get to see in multiple quest chains. And this is the Sage class from the new moves. Another on this mission, another Easter egg is that those 3 zombies have the same name as the bullies from the first snowball fight mission. So those 3 names get used in 2 different parts of the game, which is a fun little throwback to the real world Iblis.
3 parts. They actually upgrade to vampires later on.
Let's see. Okay, I can make that work.
Yeah, so most of the time clans will move. There's at least 2 spots that they don't. So Nubswood is one where if a clan spawns, it will just park there forever and it'll never move. Another one is Uladon Bog later on. So if you see that clan spawn and you just need to run by it, you know you're perfectly safe, that it's not going to do anything. Foul Thief is something we'll be seeing a lot later. It's just a mission we want to pick up now, because if it disappears from the pub, then sometimes it's just a headache to get again.
Well, I guess I have to go south here.
Yeah.
So clans move only every other day, and so one of the things that we want to avoid is trying to run into that clan while we're trying to get this recruit.
Well, not this recruit specifically, but that's not what we wanted to see.
Come on, Dragoon.
The 5th is Swords against the Lost, so you're safe going in.
The same guy. With the
Now
different name.
this is the part where the Famfrit route or the Famfrit category will actually soft reset the game. So instead of reloading through the menu, there'll be a soft reset, and that actually resets the RNG counter. And so there's a way that we have mapped out that you can get specific items and even specific units, although that's much harder to do
Oh, wow.
by doing a soft reset. But it is much faster to do the load like this because you don't have to go through the intro menu once again.
There we go.
There we go.
That is a strong gladiator, or a fast one too.
Yeah, 130. So White Monk is going to be
Oh.
the Bonga class that we use.
Oh, this guy is already a monk. Okay. So this clan should despawn, right? Yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
Thoughts is absolutely okay.
And
So
we
we
are
get a
now-
little reunion here. It's our meet up with Ritz to see how she's doing in this new world, and also another fight with guest AI. And if you run the Famfrit category, you will hate this mission with a passion. It's a lot more bearable in any percent because we can take out the distractions a lot quicker. So the enemy archer in this battle has block arrows, which, as the name implies, will just block any arrow attacks against it. Shara, the Viera next to Ritz, is a she an archer or sniper?
No, she's an archer at this point.
Archer. She will hyper focus on the archer that she literally cannot hit. And it is the most frustrating thing to watch when you're trying to go fast and you're counting on these two units to help you out. Any percent has that a little bit. Like Ritz will sometimes prioritize trying to poison the enemies instead of just doing full damage. Or she likes to do MP damage against the Black Mage instead of attacking. We'll see what they do this time.
And the
Looks
AI
like-
definitely... Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Shara's actually trying to help.
Oh,
the
she's
AI
not doing a good job with it, but she tried.
The AI has some scripted knowledge where, for example, using the MP damage on the Black Mage versus other units, but it's definitely not helpful because in general we just want to do as much damage as possible.
Ritz can't reach it. Oh, now she
Oh,
can.
that's actually pretty good.
So
I mean,
that's
it's mean to
one
say
thing you'll
that, but-
learn is we don't like guest characters. So when they die, it's actually all right for us.
And at least on these missions, we won't get game overs if they both get KO'd. There's other missions where you have to let the guest characters live, but this is not one of those.
Yeah, Ritz also has reflex, so it's one of those reaction abilities we were talking about earlier, where she cannot be hit by a regular attack. She will just dodge any normal attack command. So she's pretty much immune to like half the enemies on this map.
Now-
Oh, go ahead.
So, some folks may have been very astute in noticing
wow.
that Marsh actually was able to hit the archer with an arrow, even though we said that archer has block arrows. The reason for this is that combo bypasses reaction abilities. So if you notice, there's no damage calculation that pops up. Combo is special in that way where it just bypasses everything, which can be very convenient.
So he should be able to reach. No, he's not able to reach. Well, that's
Yeah, they're in just
rather
a
unfortunate.
really awkward position this fight.
Yeah.
There's
Also
an
unlucky that
ability
the
we'll get-
Black Mage dodged the first monk, sadly.
Yeah, so there's something going on here that Chiru needs to keep track of and focus on for the next like 5 or 6 missions. So we already have 10 JP on Mont Blanc because he was able to abuse the law bonus. So there's the there's the MP damage we were talking about where she's not going to help. But these two Bonga need to both get 10 JP by a certain mission, and it's actually a pretty tight kill route in terms of just like prioritizing the enemies and making sure everyone gets the proper number. And it's probably what makes this reroute a lot more difficult than it should be, and it's mostly just because we use Mont Blanc because
Oh, that's 1 HP off.
The magic pixel.
Magic Pixel.
So yeah, we need to use two totema eventually in 2 fights, and that's what we're trying to work up, is have all the Bongas have enough JP so that they can do that in time.
Yeah, the Totema summons essentially let us skip fights of our choosing. And the first one we'll be using skips 7 enemy fight, which for some reason Keiji and Shira don't like. I think it's fun. But consistency is far more important.
We only got 1 judge points on our bangers from this entire fight, which is not very good, but we'll have to make do with that.
Some of that means slowing down in later fights just to make sure that we get the points that we need. But ideally, we would be keeping pace with that. So that it definitely can be tricky and can change the way that you might make decisions on different missions. So to kind of recap where Ritz's story is at, she joined the clan of Vera, and I don't know what they tend to do. I think they're the rangers or the rangers of some sort. So they travel around, and I don't know if the leader but just welcomed into their clan. And so we work with her on this mission. We're going to work together in the future again, and kind of see how Ritz's story progresses over time. One other thing that happens in between every story mission is that we get to see these cutscenes when we return to the pub. There's not much that goes on here. It's mostly text skipping, and there's not really a way to skip any of these. So again, we try to make sure we go back to the mission or go back to the pub, watch the cutscene in certain spots to make sure that we unlock the next mission and can run that as soon as possible.
So I see someone asking about treasure hunts being out. We actually do 3 treasure hunts in this run. We talked about it a little bit during the grind, but we get the Cincadea, the Gastrobow, and an Estra-Ledge. So those are our big equip items. For the most part, you really don't need them because we have just enough stats to get through, but the bow is used because of its range, and the Estra-Ledge kind of helps on a few encounters. The knife as well, but the map is very, very well planned out. But we won't be seeing those for a while.
I'm kind of afraid of that guy. Yeah, that would have
Could have been
not
bad.
worked out. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got plenty of days to work with before Yogg Hunt.
And this is the first shop upgrade that we actually get to see. And you get these items called the Kaiser Knuckles. These knuckles are for the white monks, and it will give us access to an ability called Air Render, which is a 3-range attack that it doesn't use our weapon, but it will do a lot of damage in the early game when units just don't have a lot of stats, since it's closely related to flat stats. It is an item that you can get from some of the early missions as a mission reward, and this is also one of the items that we do an RNG manipulation for in the Famfrit category because it's so strong.
You see some clan RNG messing me up?
No, he's coming for you.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's gone.
Well, that should work now. Oh my... Okay, well... Guess not then.
Yeah, so random encounters are very much one of the most frustrating things when you're just trying to go fast. This route's pretty generous on how much you can move around extra. The old route that used Vieira needed to basically do the first half of the speedrun within the first 3 months of the game, which only left about 8 days of free travel you could expend trying to dodge clans. Chired's already spent like 10 days just dodging those ones just now. So the Banga route, because we've already gone through Mad Moon, has to get back to Mad Moon by the halfway point, which means later on we'll end up, having to cycle through like a full month. So there's way more leeway on just movement and just getting around than it used to be, which makes it a lot more approachable for new runners, because that was definitely one of the harder aspects. And the alternative would have been to just walk into a clan and take the 1 minute time loss because you have to run from the encounter each time.
And as you might be seeing, our Banga barely KO'd or didn't KO, left that thief with 1 HP. And now they're doing upwards of 100 damage to some of these much stronger enemies with higher health pools. So the Kaiser Knuckles are adding a lot to our damage count.
And it's going to get a lot bigger. So one of the dispatches Chired did before this mission was Mad Alchemist, and that gave him a Mithril Pick. And Mithril Pick is a mission item, and what those are is when you're taking a mission at the pub, you can choose up to 2 mission items to attach to it. And a lot of them just do nothing, but some of them give you stat bonuses for that fight or other bonuses. And Mithril Pick gives you, I think, a 3% attack boost. So the reason we pick it up is because we actually need it for some missions later on to just barely be able to kill enemies.
One of the other fun mission item abilities that you get is from a mission called Fire, Fire, Fire. We don't do it in this run, but it gives you the Sprinkler. Sprinkler makes it so that your ice abilities are stronger, which means that all enemies have 1 less resistance level to ice. So that's a pretty cool one that, again, we don't unfortunately get in this run, but the mission items definitely have an impact on some of those missions and the enemy stats. The ones that we use will maximize our weapon or our attack stats. So since we're using a lot of physical attacks, that's what we're going to optimize for.
Annoyingly, we also get a flower vase that just sits there, and you have to work around it every single time you use a mission item.
I hate finding the Chronoquin. Also, I forgot that the knives are further up, so there we go.
So we're doing a little bit more shopping just to get some items that we'll need for the later parts of the run.
Oh yeah, you used a Phoenix down.
Good.
I also could only get 1 gauntlet right now, but it'll be fine.
It's good routing. And this
All right,
is
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
This is Twisted Flow, and this is actually the point at which the Famfrit category would be ending. So again, in any percent we did that whole grind, we're trying to go through very quickly. The Famfrit percent would do all the missions we just saw without doing any extra leveling. So we do end up getting to this boss fight around level 3 and like on the cusp of getting to level 4. So a lot of units will start to level once they get to this fight. And these units are actually around, are much higher level. As you can see, the health pools are a lot higher. So Famfrit is an interesting category because we're not overpowered and we have to do this first major boss fight with a party who is pretty much not meant to be clearing this fight at that point. So there's some other strategies that we use to mitigate the enemies we see here. But because we're overpowered and overleveled, we're just going to clear this fight no problem. And we aren't going to get to see everybody's favorite ability, Roulette, from the Float Eye. Or at least
You'd
there should
love
be no
to hate
reason
it.
we do. If we see it, something's going wrong. But that a Roulette is an ability that will start and target a random enemy, and it has this little animation where there's a pointer that floats over all the enemies, and whatever enemy it picks, it KOs them instantly.
Oh, it's not just
Except for
enemies,
Famfrit.
it's allies as well.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
every
yeah,
unit on
allies
the
as
map.
well.
It'll even try to target the boss despite not being able to kill him.
Oh, I hate this cursor so much. There we go. I always mess up at that point. It's just like the roof in that later mission.
Yeah.
Also,
I always get stuck on it.
Yeah, a little FFTA history dump, sort of. On Speedruns Live, a couple people raced this game for the first time, like before there was ever even a really speedrun for it. And the goal that they set was just clear 6 missions, which I think this is like the 5th or the 6th. And it's like over a 2-hour race or whatever, and their comment was just like, oh my god, this game is so slow, I will never do this again. Who would ever do this? And then we started just racing to Famfrit, like, yeah, this is the greatest thing ever.
It's really fast.
I mean, we can put an entire Famfrit run into the grind section of any percent, so it is comparably fast. Compared to any percent with a grind section and all, but
Yeah, that
guess
is one of
counts.
the strategies we've thought of as a community of how do we showcase more of this game. And so it just so happens that the grind is about an hour, Famfrit's about an hour. So you have one Famfrit runner team up with an any percent runner, and as you start the Famfrit run, as soon as the grind starts, and see who finishes first.
I guess I can pick up another pair of gauntlets now, right?
You should have enough.
Especially because
Money-
I don't need to buy a mission now. Oh wait, there is Diary Dilemma.
Yeah, but
I'll
watching
just
you
pick up.
finish now.
I'll pick up Diary Dilemma first before getting another pair of gauntlets here. Who knows how much I need to cycle?
Maybe hardly at all because you've had to move so much. So that's a big thing about moving extra spaces is the missions in the pub have timeout periods, so they'll come and go after like 20 or 40 days, and new ones will cycle in. So when you're just running the game for the first time and you're following the notes, but you have to deviate because, a clan ran in the way or something, what the notes say isn't going to correlate one-to-one with what you're experiencing because of any extra movement. So it's something you kind of learn over time as you do attempts or just practice, that you kind of get a better feel of how to find the missions you need if you've like deviated from the path in any way.
And for those of you considering running all missions, what this means is that sometimes you'll have to clear a mission to get, let's say, a jerky, and then you have to cycle a bunch to find another mission that gives you a jerky. So there's even if you're trying to just clear all missions, sometimes that's what you have to do is cycle to different months, walk around, come back, and some missions just won't appear in the pub because of all these timeouts. It's actually something we really don't quite understand how missions work, or if it's random, or if there's a sequence to it. But we have a vague idea of how we can manipulate it enough to make it consistent. We kind of have some general rules of thumb to make sure we're on track.
Yeah, but if any of you out there want a really fun project and you're good at coding and like Lua scripts and stuff, make a pub mission viewer for this game that can read the memory and tell us what's hidden that we can't see. Because the pub will only display 16 missions at a time,
Something like
and
that.
then it has like and behind that like 20 to 30 more or something. But you don't see those until the other ones time out. So when the missions you don't, when the mission you want is not in the pub, we have to do this thing called mission cycling, where we take dispatches or encounters and then we just dismiss them immediately until the one we want shows up. And this is actually a lot faster than just running around the map for another 20 days to get it to show up.
And especially early on when we need to be a little bit sensitive of what days we're trying to take missions, we can't progress it too far. Otherwise, we'll miss out on a setup that we're trying to plan for in the future. The cutscene that we just watched, we're introduced to a character. I don't believe we got his name quite yet, but there's some rumors going around of items or cards that will prevent laws from taking effect. So they're called anti-laws, and there's some hubbub in the town around getting access to these anti-laws. And this is also the point at which we get to turn Marsh into a hunter, and we get access to the ability Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom does use your weapon in its damage calculations, and it also does an AoE attack. So it's really powerful for taking out multiple enemies at the same time. And because it uses your weapon, when we are able to change Marsh to a different class with a stronger weapon, it will take all the advantage and will essentially get a ranged AoE attack on a melee unit, which is very, very good.
You may have also noticed Chirid did not take this mission. There's quite a few story missions that are just encounters when you enter or re-enter a tile, and this is one of them. And what that means is we aren't actually able to use any mission items on it. So for the first turn here, he's going to go for a Sonic Boom on the far two left enemies. And the Gladiator is typically a range. Sometimes it's guaranteed if he generates with really low HP. But if we had a mission item, it would be more guaranteed. But since it's just a map encounter, we can't really do anything.
To be fair, the main goal here is to take out the Illusionist because she just takes so much time out of her turn. You hate to see that.
Well, that might be okay because you need more JP on your manga, so
yeah, that's what
I'm not worried about this at all. This is fine.
good.
He's an expert. He's got this.
So we see that character in purple came back, and that is the character Ezel. We don't see him too much after this, I believe, but Ezel is the one who is pumping out the anti-laws. What's fun is I think one of the attempts, Chired noted that Ezel's hat looks very much like Ezlo from the Minish Cap. So it's kind of I don't know if that's related whatsoever, but it's just kind of fun to think that, hey, maybe that's like a little nod in some way.
Also interested in the ninja threw an item. Typically he goes for Water Veil, which silences the target, but they give Ezel an accessory that makes him immune to silence and also gives him block arrows. So the two enemies that attack him the first turn actually can't do anything against him. So they kind of set the player up for success a little bit more. But he has a chance. Yep, he's doing it. He's using a target all enemies skill that can put them to sleep.
I don't think I can reach the hunter with air render, can I? No, that should
You can't reach the hunter,
really-
but you can get the ninja.
You can get the ninja, then hunter with Marsh's next turn.
Yep. And this is what we're talking about when we say that missions in general kind of have a flow to them, and so
What am I doing here? Sorry. Yeah, just don't mind me.
You got this. So there's a lot of situations, right, where depending on, there's like a couple spaces that those units, the ninja and the hunter, will generally move to, and so we kind of know where to position our units such that they're barely in range. So this is one of the setups where we know that Marsh is going to be able to take an extra turn to get to the hunter and be in range on this next turn. But because Marsh is taking that time to move, we can also take this opportunity to get some extra JP on our Banga as well. Oh, looks like
Actually,
this one's
getting
just gonna
another
finish
turn
up
on
though.
another banger would be pretty nice.
The extra
I'm just gonna wait
turn-
here.
Yeah, the extra turn is usually attacking Ezel when the gladiator's already dead. Again, another guest character that we don't mind dying.
And in this case, any unit you KO, regardless if they're on your team or an ally or an enemy, you will get JP for it. So that is the convenience of having that.
All right, there we go.
And that's Anti-Laws the missions done. I think one other just fun thing about running this game is each of the runners sometimes has different times when they do the sub-splits. So I think I generally like splitting for missions when it fades to black, and I think Valnor splits after the little jingle of the mission complete.
I do it when the mission complete text stops moving.
Yeah, so just little fun things too. Like it doesn't make a big difference, but it just kind of makes it feel like, oh, each runner has a little bit different how they like to time it and keep their pace. So unfortunately, anti-laws are not this powerful. They don't just remove you from the battle altogether. But here we get to see Judge Sid coming through and trying to capture Ezel, but narrowly escapes. I do believe that Sid does not know of Marsh. So Sid is one of the few characters that doesn't have memories of the other world. And so his encounter with Marsh leads to him not really recognizing like, oh, hey, I know you.
Ooh,
Oh, we got a kukri.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So the mission rewards they're set in tiers. I don't know how many tiers, like 4 or 5.
Oh, no, there's like 8.
8? Yeah, okay. There's a lot of mission tiers. Each mission will have like a set 1 or 2 that it chooses from, and within each of those tiers are 20 items each. And there's a lot of items that for the speedrun only come from those rewards that can help a lot, and the Kukiri knife is one of them. So Shired bought a Jambaya earlier, which, it gets the job done.
Oh, it's not a thief. I was so excited about it that I was like, I'm gonna equip it. I am
deploy
not a
Monty?
thief.
Nope. Okay.
No, I'm going for the risky spread here.
Okay.
So that is definitely one of those runner choices where I have had some bad experiences on this, and I will deploy Monty every single time. And I don't think the Valnor and Chirrut have had as many issues on this mission compared to
I've had it happen
never
once.
had it.
yeah. I've been
And the thing
scarred.
is, I will continue not deploying Monty in this fight until it happens to me, and then I will cry a lot, and I will then deploy ever after. But
So the thing we're
until it
talking
happens,
about here,
I'm not doing it.
the thing we're talking about here is the dragons can use. I can't remember the name of the ability. Like
Mighty Guard.
Is it Mighty Guard? I don't think
I
it's
think
Mighty
it's
Guard.
Mighty
It's
Guard.
like
Oh.
Dragon Force or something.
Dragon Force is the attack one.
Attack. Either way, they can buff this flan and give it extra defense. Well, we may be strong, but we're not that strong. We I think at that point Marsh is the only one that can damage it, but he can't kill it in one turn. And since it absorbs elemental attacks, it's just going to constantly heal itself. So then it becomes just a war of attrition, trying to whittle his HP down in time before he gets a turn, or hope he misses, attacking himself. Luckily,
There
the
you go,
dragons.
easy.
Yeah, I was holding my breath there.
and we bring Monty for this fight as a safety because the Flans have low magic resist. So Monty can clear this no problem, especially when using a fire spell, because Flans have a lower magic resistance to fire. There's most enemies have set elemental resistances. There's an ability in the game called Elemental Shift that actually will change your elemental resistance. And for whatever reason, it's one of the only status changing moves in the game that doesn't reset between battles. So
Can
if
I
you
do
use
140?
Elemental Shift, if you use Elemental Shift on one of your units, they keep that resistance for the rest of the game.
Oh my god, that was so close.
You're getting all these ranges.
Yeah, I think that one needs both kills. Because the other one's at 7. So there's one more mission after this that we can use to get to 10 JP on the 2 Bonga. So leaving this one, you ideally want 7 on one, 8 on the other.
He's on 1.
Oh, that's
Oh,
that.
I thought you said 1 JP. I was even
Oh
more worried.
no, yeah.
Oh no. Not JP. That would be awful. Yeah, he's on 5, so. gotta get
Yeah,
that up.
ideally you'd want 7/8.
Oh well.
Leaving this one, but that implies like everything went perfectly. They got all of the scripted kills. It has not been going so smoothly. So now he has to just kind of skip his other unit's turns to let this one Bonga get the cleanup here so they can both leave with 7.
And this is that butterfly effect where, depending on what happens in each mission, that can impact the decisions you make on the upcoming missions as well. So there's a lot of, as you get more experience running this game, you'll kind of know the backup strats or the different ways to pick up JP. And this, again, is something that's more new to this route because we're specifically trying to get 10 JP on both Bonga to Totema.
Yeah, ideally we would have liked to skip the judge turn here, but that's fine. Yeah, so this is essentially where not getting many kills in the cheetahs, the fight with Ritz earlier, really comes back to bite us. Because that's where the judge points are missing now, essentially. And I did pick up an extra one in the fight with Azel too, so it's really tight at this point.
Yeah, there's not a lot of leeway on this one. You can deploy Mont Blanc in some missions, like Twisted Flow, you can deploy him and you can just kill him with one of your Bonga and then finish the mission with the other and just get a little bit of extra JP there. It's definitely slower though, because you're taking that extra turn, you're deploying an extra unit. Ideally, you would not need to do that, but for safety or if you're really uncomfortable with the JP routing, you can take that little bit of extra time to be safer.
And this is going to be the first moment where we actually get to do treasure hunt. So we'll stop by along the way to the next mission. We also got the loaded dice, which is going to be another attack boosting mission item. So now our attack is going to go through the roof as we are able to equip that to missions. And this upcoming mission, Hot Awakening, is, if you've ever played this game casually, probably a mission that everybody has had a hard time with. And so you can check out how we've actually optimized around this fight and try to get around some of the annoying enemies that exist on this map.
I don't trust this clan. Well, I
don't trust that one.
Super punished for that one, okay. Don't go to the right here. Well, that's
so every
something.
time KG would run Famfrit, Chirid would joke in chat that he was sending all of the clans to KG for bad luck.
Oh no! Don't. Okay, well, this is happening.
I think this is what they call karma.
I deserve this. I accept my punishment.
The other part that is happening is as we're advancing these days, Chirid's getting fewer and fewer days that he'll have to kind of move around and avoid clans as well. So there will be a point at which it starts to get a little bit tight.
So both are on 7. If I deploy Monty, this should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes with the left one.
And this is now seeing that little flicker is going to be the second Totema or significant boss fight. And this one isn't necessarily a boss fight. We'll see in a moment. I believe there's 2 Totema that work like this, where there's enemies that you have to clear on the field, but they don't actually necessarily do damage in the same way. So 3 of the boss fights are actual proper boss units that have much higher health, do much higher damage.
These ones do fight back in some way, though. We won't see it for the speedrun, but they can. Their primary method of dealing with a player is that they have an AoE attack down plus charm spell, and basically their whole goal is to just make your party turn on itself. And if you're not adequately leveled here, chances are
I keep forgetting where to stand. I think it was here.
Yeah, that's the spot. Chances are, casually, you ended up with half your party charmed and just beating itself. So the old route used to actually come into this mission with the charm against the law, so then the crystals just kind of stood there menacingly, doing nothing. But now we just kind of stay out of range and
Can Marsh just stay there and normal attack the next one?
I think that is one he can normal attack.
Do I,
As
or
mentioned,
do I
arrows.
Sonic Boom?
You should always Sonic Boom when in
Yeah,
doubt.
that one's a Sonic Boom.
Okay. I mean, I've seen that shot into Embervale, so now I'm just kind of doubting every single arrow shot that I take in this game.
There's some formula for the ways the arrows work. We don't really know what it is. There are some shots where you think it would work, others where it doesn't. You can hit your allies randomly or seemingly randomly, depending on like what height they are on.
Like instead of arcing over them to hit the enemy, you just shoot them in the back instead, because why not?
And there's also a different projectile type with guns. So there's great bows and guns, and those are the 3 projectile weapon types. Guns, I believe.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Guns are more straightforward, but it is much harder to arc them. So bows have the advantage where you can kind of arc shots over your allies. And guns, generally, you would use an ability, since when you use an ability, it just targets that unit rather than having the projectile travel. So that's why something like Sonic Boom also works in the same way, where we can have Marsh more safely attack from range, and we know it's going to hit. Is this a mission where there's a possible judgeless? I can't remember.
No, the judge
No,
will
definitely
absolutely get a
not.
turn.
I wish it was.
There's just too many targets to take down for him to not take a turn.
But in general, he only takes that one, and we expect that we generally finish on this as the last crystal. So this was a well-orchestrated fight. We have 10 JP on both of our Bonga units.
And on
Monty
1P as
also
well.
has 10 JP up. And we are going to take advantage of that in the next couple of missions. So we've done all these missions pretty much normally, just being overleveled. These next missions, we're not going to do them normally at all, where we are just playing the objectives or doing map-wide attacks. Chad, you may want to take another safety save, just in case.
Yeah, I might as well. It's probably a good idea.
I'm getting nervous for you about all those clans that spawned in the extra movement.
Oh, yeah.
It has been pretty tight, yeah. I mean, if worst comes to worst, I can just run into a clan and flee, but
That's true.
honestly,
that's
that's what you want to avoid just to save time. Oh my god.
You can also save and reload.
Yeah,
Or-
that's might be what I'm doing here. I don't care about copycat, do I?
So
No.
copycat is a really annoying law where you cannot take the same action of the unit that just previously went. And I think it's the last attack that hit. It works kind of weird, but essentially what it means is if the last unit did a regular attack, you cannot do it. You have to do anything other than a regular attack. And then the next unit has to do something different than what that unit picked. And right now, because we have the 2 Bonga, that means we get locked out of using air render, which can be really annoying, and we have to, move around it. So we try to avoid that one. And for Fanfurt, that one's also annoying because we have so many units who are just doing regular attacks. But for this mission, we are not doing any regular attacks, so it does not affect us. So we are actually okay with that.
Yeah, this mission is the entire reason we leveled Mont Blanc up. He has just enough magic power with the Ahriman's Eye that Chirrut equipped to the mission, because that gives bonus magic power, to use the Famfrit Totema summon to just wipe the map.
I think this is my favorite totema of the bunch. It reminds me of Iron Man from Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 1.
So do I go for the normal attack on Babus?
I was going to ask you.
And that's Magic Wood.
So
Pretty
the
simple
time
fight.
it takes to level up Mont Blanc is roughly the same time it would take to do this fight normally with 2 Bonga, except the bonus of leveling up a little bit higher and having that higher clan average is that the just variety of Bonga you can run with becomes so much higher because their stats are higher. We get to level 24 average for this route. And if you don't level up Mont Blanc, you get level 17, which makes that threshold so much harder to hit. And that becomes much tighter on what you can even use as a runnable unit. So this is just more consistent, even though it's roughly the same time. I think an optimal fight would be faster, but so much more has to go right that it's not worth it overall.
And that's one of those things too that we've tried to put together the notes for this route to be more new runner friendly, so that you over time, as you learn the game, you can start to make different decisions too, and you say, hey, I'm more okay taking the optimized fight. Whereas even for myself, I just definitely prefer that consistency and taking things that will, I know run to run is going to be more consistent and I can count on it or route around it. And now we've cycled a full year. So we're back to King Moon, which means that Mad Moon is coming up, which is why we were talking about the calendars. We want to get some recruits and bongas again in a little bit. And even with all that movement, it looks like you're going to have quite a bit of time, I guess.
Yeah, it looks pretty safe here. We got someone asking whether we need to do any side quests, whether it's just straight quests. Maybe you could answer that while I do this fight.
Mostly the only combat side quests we do are basically right after the grind, because we do need to master a few archer abilities to get to hunter, and then master that hunter ability in time to switch to thief for this moment. So right after Magic Wood, Sonic Boom was mastered. So it's all routed out that we get just enough AP to get to this point. Other than that, we do take some dispatches just for mission items, and then quite a bit later we'll get an extra unit from them. But we're done seeing extra encounters now. This fight is also the main reason we go to 33 or 34, is that it gives us just enough strength with the mission items to one-shot Babus.
There's also some dispatch missions that we do. We might need to get certain mission items that we use during the run, or to recruit specific units. But it's mostly just the main quest, yes.
So this next mission we're going to take is the third major boss, or if you want to consider like the big totema, this is actually the second proper boss encounter. And this will give access to our bonga units to have their totema. Dremelec, I believe, is a character that comes back in different Final Fantasies. So this will be a familiar character to some.
I heard that Double Sword and Mindbreak is pretty good against him. You should try that, guys. Keep that in mind if you ever encounter him.
Pro strats right there.
Now I need to know if the ability that Dremelec uses actually uses magic ability or not. But Double Sword, I believe. Double Sword's really good.
It probably does not. Just
the mithril pick and loaded dice are for extra strength or weapon attack on missions.
In this mission in particular, we really need that extra damage because the Dremelec has quite a bit of health.
Well, you need the extra damage if the Astraledge misses.
That too. So Astraledge, just for comparison, I think has like upwards of 60 or 70 weapon attack, versus even the Kaiser Knuckles, which we said were really, really strong, has 42. So that's one of the main advantages of getting that treasure hunt early and just having enough to get an Estral Edge, that we can equip it to our Bonga and have them get another kill. In a different version of the route, you can actually get 2 Estral Edges, not quite at the same time, but a little bit after this. But we rerouted it such that we only get 1 for this route now.
Also, so this mission is, unless you consider the Goblin and Herb picking, the only actual AI manipulation in the run. So by deploying by deploying in a straight line in front of him, it will always force a Dromlek to move forward and use whatever this is called, his Earth Render ability. I don't know the monster form of it. And this always puts him within range of our units, just like this. And now watch this damage estimate. What was that, like 250 something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Mark
250
was hitting for like
estimate, yeah.
120.
Yeah, the Estral Edge is just an insane amount of damage. With a crit, you can one-shot a Dromlek with that unit.
And this is definitely going to come in handy in the next mission as well, because there's a very strong turtle unit that we will need to break through.
Just as a hint for Church, after the next mission, which will take quite a bit of time, we would probably do the next break. I will let you know when it comes up.
And for the audience, this is about what we would consider pretty much the halfway mark of the run. If we say that the beginning through the grind is part 1, this would be the portion that we practice up to the second bit, because there's so many different things that go on. And after this, we reform the party once again. So it feels more like that natural break in the run, where part 1 mainly focused on regular attacks. Part 2, we're actually going to start to take advantage of having access to stronger abilities, and we'll have different ways to deal with these high health boss units, which we'll get to see in a little bit.
I'm early in King Moon, am I?
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5.
Oh, that's pretty safe then. Oh yeah.
You got plenty of time.
I was worried for nothing.
I'm gonna take the...
I mean, I'm over here not even knowing what this map looks like, so I don't even know how many days you have.
Oh,
How much
11,
mandatory movement.
12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so I don't need to go to an odd number. I'm on an odd number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll let you focus for this part, and then we'll explain later.
Well, we got cutscenes to sit through still.
Okay.
There you go.
So
King Moon
we
19.
landed on that pub to trigger the cutscene on King Moon 19. We're going to place the next map 2 spaces away so that we will start that mission on Mad Moon 1. What we mentioned before is that we're going to try to recruit 2 more Bonga units, and the way that the mission cycle and everything, we just need to start this mission exactly on Mad Moon 1 in order to manipulate the mission in a specific way. We'll talk about that after the break. But this is where, in casual run-throughs, we're going to the Yog, and this is the one spot where judges are not allowed, which is what Monty's telling us right now, and that's his brother Nono, I believe.
Yeah.
And Nono, we need to do something in the Yog, and Monty's saying it's dangerous because there's no judges there, and if there's no judges there, when you go down in a Yog, you don't get resurrected.
You can die, Kupo.
Yep. So definitely bring your Phoenix Downs if you go into the Yog, and also don't run into clans on the Yog because you can't run away, unlike other missions. So this is a tricky mission to navigate through. This is also one of the spots where there is a unit who, for whatever reason, is also in range of Marsh, who can one-shot Marsh with a KO ability. So
they really wanted to strike the fear in you on your first visit. That
And
assassin on the left will outspeed you every time. She has last breath, so she can just kill you, like Keiji said. There's nothing you can do about it. So one thing we did is we gave the Bonga with a lower speed value the Estraledge, because he's going to be the one that finishes this map. And we want to keep the faster one set aside to use item in case Marsh does get KO'd here, because it's a game over if you finish the mission and he's down in a Yogged.
Uh-oh, that's looking
There's
good.
double sword.
Oh,
All right,
no.
well, what do we need
Well,
that.
Marsh doesn't have item equipped, so you can't
We need
do
that
anything.
Bonga to item.
And this guy kind of needs to hit the turtle. Well, he didn't.
Yep. Well,
That's unfortunate. All right.
Probably should have switched
there's
the
there's that
position
other
on the-
Bonga. There's the other
Yeah, but
Bonga.
he
We'll
has
be fine.
monk tech. So that might be an issue here.
We actually recently learned how critical attacks work. So that move being used was a 30% increase to critical. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that.
So hopefully, because the turtle has a lot of defense, we hope we don't kill it here, so we can revive Monty. Uh-oh, well. Well, that is an issue now.
improv time. Can you make up the rest of the route from here somehow?
I mean, we'll take a break after this fight, right? So
Yeah, we can collaborate, figure out.
we'll figure it-
we will figure out a route during the break now.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, there is so much for that, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna save again, Church, and if possible, we'd love to go for the break once I did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna save now. And that's that for now.
Perfect. Yeah, so we're just going to go to a quick break here. We like to take a break every hour or so during these long runs, just so people can get up, stretch, get some water, stuff like that. Just before we go to the break, just a quick reminder, the SGDQ 2023 schedule is out right now. You can go to gamesdonequick.com, or you can use !SGDQ in chat for more information on that. With that said, we'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are in the middle of Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, and I'll just hand it right back over and get back into it.
Thank you, Church.
Actually, I guess you'll want to count that, won't you?
I guess so. Yeah. Let me just make sure I'm in the right window here. Yeah. Okay. You can go ahead.
All right, on go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So as you saw before the break, Monty just died. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do? I'll go here. And we kind of had to
shoken from that.
we kind of had to come up with a route that we're just improvising right now. But it should be good. I think it happened before, so we'll just make do with what we got right now. Basically, we just need to reform the entire party since we don't have Monty any longer. But you'll see how it works. It's gonna be fine.
Unfortunately, Nono wasn't there for us to inform him. He has business to do, I guess. So we'll find him later and tell him. So this is actually one of I think the only story mission that we pick up that isn't that sword icon. It's that little blue icon. And what this means is that this mission can happen on different spaces because that is pretty much like a clan encounter. This mission is also interesting because it's a clan encounter. The enemies can spawn in different spots. Before the reroute, we would try to figure out the best way to go about this map, and there were some maps that were better to take this fight on. But since the reroute, we have the Totema. We take advantage of the screen-wide attack to take out this fight without having to move around. So it's kind of a convenient way to not have to be susceptible to that RNG each run.
Yeah, so the clan, the mission can roam the map, so you can encounter them basically on any tile. And then on top of that, their positions are also random within the map, so you're never going to get the same fight twice. It's actually really fun when you do it normally because, runner to runner, it's kind of a showcase of your skill of the game. Like, how does everyone approach this? How do you read the situation and adjust accordingly? But now, since we recruited to Banga, we might as well, use them both to just skip a mission each. So this is we just clear it immediately and then we move on. So no bounty hunters coming for us.
Now this part might be interesting.
I'm just glad that I don't have to take care of the calendar any longer. Well, not that much at least.
I still do for this part.
I'm kind of scared to go to the left there.
Well, I think you...
There's plenty of time.
Oh, okay. There's a... So, way back when, this is actually the second...
Oh, that's just...
This is actually... Yeah. This is the second optional mission that we're going to do. And this is one that we picked up, I think, in like the first couple of missions. It's called Foul Thief. It's another one of those missions where it's a defeat the boss, and we can do it pretty quickly. And because it's an optional mission, we'll get the opportunity to recruit a unit. So similar to what we are doing we did in the beginning of the game the first time we recruited, we're going to go through the same process. We're going to recruit a unit, pick up some bonga, reform our party, but this time because Marsh is the only unit in our party, all the units are going to suddenly jump to level 34. So with our little bit earlier, we did this. Monty unfortunately had to not be part of this party so that we could get everybody else up to level 34. And this is essentially what we will be running for the rest of the game. So after this, there won't really be any reforming of the party from scratch, and everyone joining from now on will be 34 or even higher.
That was a bit.
Oh,
you guys lied to me.
That's why you're routing the Save Monty version, right?
Oh, it'll happen. I'm gonna hug that Moogle so hard.
Fun story with that. I ran Save Monty as one of my first routes, just to do it. So that was my time for any percent. But unfortunately, Monty went to jail during my route, so he didn't even appear in the final cutscene. I didn't get my Monty hug, so I did the whole thing and never got my hug. It's too sad.
Yeah, so we didn't see this earlier when Chira did Wanted for a unit because we already had one from an earlier mission. But if you don't get a unit here, you have to reload the file and try again. And this is like a 48.9% chance or something for a unit to show up. The old version of the route, if anyone had seen it in the past, we used to get a special character named Linny here, and he's a semi-secret character. There's like 6 or 7 of them in the game, and how that works is if you use a certain mission item on a mission, then it changes the drop pool of recruits you can get, and Linny was one of those special characters. But that used to be a 25% chance. So
There we go.
imagine doing this, but you have a 1 in 4 chance of continuing the run at a good pace. And it was pretty rough. So one of the main things of the reroute is we no longer need that item because it actually has some other bonus properties as well. And we no longer need that character. So we're able to just get any generic unit and move on, and it's, twice as likely to get that unit. So it makes the run so much smoother, less potential for a run killer, halfway through.
And we also spent a lot of time thinking about, did we actually need Linny to begin with? So that was quite a bit of discussion that we had, trying to think that through.
Yeah, trying to determine how much of an impact he actually had in the run, and truthfully, it wasn't very much. But that was one of the things that when a Japanese speedrunner rerouted the game way back in 2016, 2017, they had implemented that. And it's actually interesting too, because if you look on the Speed Demos archive thread for this game, there's one comment on there where someone posted and asked, well, what about the special characters? And it got completely glossed over. No one ever looked in on it or considered it again. And then it actually came back, years later to be part of the route.
Good unit.
Good unit.
I know Dragoons are better, but I still love Gladiators.
Gladiators are very cool. Both those units just have the awesome helmets.
We do route one of the semi-secret characters. We get Cheney later on, but all the others are not worth going for. Oh, yeah. No matter what way you go.
Yeah, this is awkward. I just hope that I get a good unit without
Never
any
punished.
counter. Like right here.
Never punished.
I mean, I do
Dragoon,
need to get it.
please.
Oh no.
That is not a Dragoon.
So what's happened here is Chirid is surrounded by 2 clans, and he has 3 tiles to move on, and those 2 clans cover both those movement options.
Oh, there we go.
Wow. Okay.
Gregor.
I think
that clan
they're both
despawns too.
140, right? 140 speed.
Yeah, they're both 140.
You got a super fast gladiator or a really slow dragoon.
Knows.
All right, in this part, Chired, if you noticed, Chired did a shopping spree right before, and now we're going to set up our party with pretty much the strongest equipment that we're going to have on them. The Brigandine has the R ability counter, and this is what will allow us to counter attack enemies as they auto attack us. You're good. So we still get the Kaiser Knuckles, we still get our gauntlets, and dash boots are actually going to give us an additional 1 movement. And this is just, movement is so good in this game. It's going to help us move around and get to units faster and set up for different situations where we can get the AI to attack us and counter attack us as well.
Is this? Yeah.
So how are semi-secret characters different? Yeah, they do come preloaded with Ultima, some of them. But they also come in 4 levels above the clan average. So previously we would get Linny, and we would be a level 29 soldier. He would be 33. So now the clan average is 31, which was really beneficial. It's basically, 2 extra levels of grinding if we're going off just average. So it's just really helpful to have a stronger unit just like that.
And we would get Linny as our first unit back in the party, so we would push the party average up. So then when we would recruit the new units after that, they would be between the party average of Linny and Marsh. Which is convenient. But that's why we have to get these extra levels now. Well, that's not why we have to get the extra levels, but because we have higher levels, Linny became less of a factor for that recruitment. And we just really weren't using him in many of the fights for that Ultima attack.
What is this Shara?
So this is the second time we get to see guest AI with Shara and Ritz.
The same 2 we loved so much.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got a solution this time.
Good lord, she's fast.
She was very fast, but she also did a lot of damage. So
yeah, so usually her first turn, if she gets one, is she likes to target the Time Mage up on the cliff there, which I still don't believe that the bow should hit that, but it does. That's an unfortunate miss. The Time Mage has Last Quicken, so when he reaches critical HP, he'll immediately get his turn. And Shara is really good at triggering that, and Chirid's really good at just bypassing it by killing him entirely.
And this is the part of the game where a lot of enemies will start to have those reaction abilities that are more tricky to deal with. So on this map in particular, we have that Time Mage with Last Quicken. We have the Gadgeteer who has damage to MP, which means that we have to go through his entire MP pool before we can do his health. So it doesn't matter if he has 1 MP or a million. We have to get through all of it before we can do damage to the health. So if they had 1 MP, you do 100 damage, they take 0 damage and 1 MP damage.
Yeah, it does not roll over into HP, but they fixed that in A2, thankfully. It's one of the most frustrating reaction abilities, especially if it's a fast enemy unit, which you'd see more in the randomizer than this. They normally give it to only slow units in the story here.
Come on, counter.
But yeah, there's one way to bypass this, is that if we get rid of the Moogle with our reaction ability, then it doesn't allow them to trigger their reaction ability. So That's one of the reasons why we point Marsh backwards, is to get that opportunity to maybe counterattack and get rid of that unit.
Shara is messing up this fight so bad.
Thanks, Shara.
Yeah. So much like the previous segment, where it was from post grind to Yogg Hunt, or to Hot Awakening rather, these two Banga also need 10 JP by a certain mission, and we have better methods of farming it now because we have more tools available. But it's still good to prioritize giving them kills as much as possible. And Shara stealing them is doing us no favors.
I guess I can air render slightly from the back here. Or even just straight from the back.
Thank goodness.
That's pretty good.
So different jobs will have different heights that they can jump. White monks are one of the classes that actually have a pretty high jump, and they also have 4 movement. Dragoons, unfortunately, have 3 moves, so this is one of the Banga classes that both have high jump, pretty good speed, and have the full range of movement. Thieves are also very good for jumping, and we actually used that in that fight, one of the earlier fights where there was some pretty high terrain that was only reachable for the thief job. And the other part is, as we change jobs between our units, they keep their stats. So that's why we want to recruit units as a Dragoon or as Gladiators, but we can change them over to these classes that have abilities that we find useful, or better movement in the case of White Monks. And what's happening in this specific cutscene here is, this is, I guess maybe more officially, from the game point of view, the second half of the run. We're going to be introduced to very shortly some characters who start to interact with us much more directly. So we've seen Sid come to one of the missions before, and we saw him. But Mute is now realizing that we are destroying the Totema, trying to return back to the real world, and is now going to take more measures to stop us. Which also means that at different points of these missions, the laws are going to change. So already we've had to deal with 2 laws. We're eventually going to get to 3 laws. But in addition to that, all the laws are changing. So that means that for some missions, there are certain days that we want to go to or don't want to go to. And towards the end of the game, the laws get pretty strict, especially when we have to deal with 3 at a time. So there's a lot of movement that we'll be doing to just avoid laws in general.
And there are anti-law cards you can use, but they aren't guaranteed to get the same set each run, and typically you're just not even going to get any useful ones either. So they're generally just not worth using at all.
Oh, no. I'm not risking that. Well, I can't take that. I don't think they move this turn, do they?
They do.
Oh, well.
Never punished.
Never punished.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it, you know?
So yeah, when you select a spot to move on the map, if it's far away, you can actually hit B to cancel your movement, and then you'll stop on your next tile. So if you see a clan move in your way, you can sometimes react in time.
So this map, this is a scouring time. This is actually a 2-part mission. This is another one of those ones in a casual mission, or in a casual playthrough, that can be very, very tricky. So we'll see after we finish this part of it up. But this map in particular is more vertical than other maps, and it's kind of wide, and our party starts at the very base of the encounter. We're going to be trying to go through this as quickly as possible by taking advantage of the AI wanting to attack our backs, and take out as many units as possible while still making sure that our Banga units get the JP that they need to work toward 10.
Unlucky
I'd
miss,
almost
but
send one left.
okay.
This is also the point. So this entire run, you've probably been looking at us and seeing, wow, they're just really overpowered. They can just
Oh, I should have
defeat
rendered
everyone
the-
in one attack. Not anymore. Now we're at the point where, you know, any attack is going to be close to a range on a heavily armored unit. Like, we can still take out mages in one go, but a lot of these enemies are going to live through attacks. So that's part of where a counter comes into play, is even if we don't finish them off with a normal attack, we have a chance to just remove them with their turn when they attack us.
And none of these are guaranteed as well. It's pretty much consistent that you can get the AI to attack your back, but it's definitely not something we can always guarantee.
Oh,
And,
that
of course,
is a shame.
Yeah, because we're doing a front attack, we have lower accuracy, but it's still better than nothing, because when it does hit, one, we're KOing the unit, but two, we don't have to spend our turn doing anything about it later.
Well, now he
How's
needs
it?
to go down because he just hasted himself. And we
Yeah,
don't want
yeah.
enemies to take turns because that's just what wastes the most time.
I didn't even know that Templars had haste. That must be
I
from...
can't use magic. Come on, everyone knows that. Although I know bishops can steal JP. I learned that from Chirod's run.
So that unit had Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher does a counterattack, but it returns, or it does 1.5 damage. And it's not the damage you take, it's just your damage. So in theory, it would be really good on a really tanky unit like the Templar or the Defender, except that it uses your own attack stat. So it would be much more interesting to have it
Oh,
where you can
that's-
take a big hit.
Exactly
Perfect
lethal damage
roll.
here. Yeah.
Let's see if Marsh can do it.
So
Pretty
we're seeing
good.
the enemies just throw themselves into the meat grinder that is counter. Except for the gunner, who can't... No, he can actually hit you with a normal attack now. But gunmanship is banned because of the day Chirod entered, so he can't use any of his skills here.
This is a judgeless mission, right?
Yeah.
Potentially.
It
Okay,
could
okay.
be. Yeah.
Could be. There's not too many of those. When we have those missions where we can get a judgeless, it's really nice when we get those, because it's kind of a signal that you were able to go through the fight without things going too wrong.
Or
It was a
in the
pretty
case
good
of this fight, it went perfectly. Because there's some of them have no leeway to get judgeless.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. This is likely one of them. Or lizard men in the beginning, definitely that case.
Yeah.
But this is the reason why this mission casually can be tricky, is because there's actually two parts to this mission. So one, this wasn't even one that you pick up normally in the pub. So oftentimes what could happen is you're just walking around on the map and you just like, oh, there's a new town, let me go there. And then all of a sudden you're just in this mission that you weren't prepared for. And you can't really save beforehand. So if you didn't save after your last mission, then you're just going into this one. In addition to that, there's a boss fight here where Marsh is by himself. So if you aren't prepared to take that on, or if Marsh is very underleveled, you have to essentially do a 1v1 with Babis over here.
He's a little pushover.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, I remember that one run that died because I didn't
yeah,
kill
like he
Babis
can
fast
still
enough.
get you.
Yeah, he stopped me. He halved my HP like 3 times and then killed me with a melee attack. So
Yep.
that was a run of all time, certainly.
And story-wise, this is the part where we have actually moved from the town that we were in to the jail, and Sid is talking to us, trying to interrogate us, and Marsh is trying to say, hey, there's these things called totemas, and we need to destroy them all. And luckily for us, there's a totema here that is now where we are all at.
Surprise.
And what's cool is that Sid is actually a judge himself. So he is the highest level of judge. And this is the mission where he'll actually be the judge for this map versus having a different one spawn in. Oh, and this is also one of the other Totema fights that is not necessarily like one boss fight. So we do have to fight Babis, but we won't have to, we do have to still destroy all these fruits that are around the map. Once Babis goes down, the rest of this is pretty straightforward. It's pretty much the equivalent of an auto scroll.
If he has 1 HP.
Oh, he's on
That's
6.
We're good.
That was a pretty high roll for Babis stats, huh?
Do I just combo him now?
I would do it for safety, yeah.
Yeah.
So I know he can stop you, and then he also has some really strong, like, almost Ultima-like abilities on top of Demi to just remove your HP by half. So it's you can actually game over here and lose a run. It's not common, but it's a possibility.
I managed to do it. I can do it again.
I've done it too. I've also died to Ledner poison.
Oh, that's
Ledner, we'll get to introduce a little bit later. That is another fight where it's Marsh 1v1. We didn't directly mention it, but we also want to get Marsh to 10 judge points. And this is because Marsh has this fight, it's much easier to get him to the 10 judge points because each of these fruits counts as 1 JP. So getting rid of Babis was 1. We got 2 fruits already, and we're going to probably end this with around 7 or so. So Marsh will naturally kind of get to the threshold he needs to get to. Whereas with our Bonga units, we need to go a little bit more out of our way to get them to where they need.
Yeah, the main point is this is, like, defeating Babis here was the last possible point Chirrut can use a combo safely, because that uses all of your JP, and we, at this point on, have to hold on to all of the JP Marsh gets. But luckily, this mission's like a free refill, so you're free to use it before this mission, however much you see fit.
This is one of the other missions where we actually are more consistently able to use L and R to pick a target to attack. It seems really inconsistent about like how it prioritizes targets. Like it doesn't go directly towards your enemies. It saves a little bit of time just because you don't have to menu over to it. But we unfortunately don't get to use it too often just because it doesn't seem to be very consistent about who you get to target. And it will target your allies too, so that's not helpful at all.
Yeah, it just cycles through everyone in your range.
I think he's on 8 judge points.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got like
should be
one
good.
in Big Find, another
You should be good. Marsh's Totema comes up a little bit sooner than the others, so we'll need to monitor that, but should be fine.
Well, good thing the big find is my favorite part of the run.
Yeah, so this is, we were able to avoid Linny, or having to roll for Linny, and getting Cheney is going to be a little bit of a hurdle. It's going to require us to unlock a specific mission called 100 Eye, and in order to do that, we need to complete a mission, which is a dispatch mission, fortunately, called Wine Delivery. So the first thing that Chirrut's going to need to do is get Wine Delivery. Then we're going to need to get 100 Eye. We're going to complete a mission, and then we're going to need to try to recruit Cheney using one of those secret items. Fortunately, because of the earlier part of the run, there was a little bit of mission manipulation such that we're hoping there is an easy way to get to both Wine Delivery and 100 Eye, but it is still not consistent because we have to move around, avoid clans, and things like that.
Do you guys reckon we should go to the very end without another break?
Yeah, this is pretty much the last segment. So for the for the run, every time we reform the party, pretty much is like the break in the run. So this last bit's going to be about 90 minutes. We can definitely see where we're at the hour mark.
Okay. So I'll just keep going, and you'll just let me know what you think.
Sorry, I was muted because I was eating. Yeah, no, we're good to go to the end.
All right. Cheers. And enjoy your meal.
Thank you.
This is so we're being introduced to Ledner, and maybe one of the things we should have mentioned earlier about the lore is that Mute's mom passed away, and in this world, Mute's mom is back. And so this is this whole world is essentially Mute's creation. He opened the book, he has the book, and so Mute is, I don't know, like the ruler. It's just kind of built around Mute, and his mom is back. Ledner, which is an interesting name, is going to be serving as Mute's new retainer. So Babis was originally Mute's retainer, but now we're going to have Ledner come through and keep an eye out for Mute and take care of Marsh at some point. Right now we're cycling through, again, trying to do some manipulation for the missions, just to make it a little bit easier for us to find wine delivery. That'll be that first objective.
Do you reckon Hunt Moon 5 will be fine too?
Hunt Moon 5 is usually based on when you enter Yogdon, so yeah, you should be fine.
Cool.
From my experience, at least, you'll have to do the cycling still.
And aside from the grind, this is really the only other part that slows down during the run. And as Chirid kind of alluded to, this part is a little bit more RNG heavy, just because there's not much we can do to mitigate this. And we're going to be cycling through missions. We have 3 units who can go on dispatches, so we can pick up 3 units at a time, or 3 missions at a time, and get rid of them. So we actually did get wine delivery pretty early, which is great. Now we have to complete it, and then we have to come back, and we're going to try to look for 100 Eye, which will be pretty much the same process.
Yeah, and this is one of those segments. So wine delivery, I think we've got down pretty consistent, because the timer on that is based around scouring times finish. So we kind of know when it's going to show up because of that. But there's a lot of missions in the pub and in the backlog that their timeout periods and their time in periods are based on when you've completed missions. So the more you deviate from the dates in the route, the more that's going to get complicated, because now they're coming into play at different times than we would normally expect them to. So this part of the run has always been a challenge for a lot of people, because it's not 100% consistent all the time. Like I feel like I do pretty good with it, and I've always just gotten lucky, but like, yeah, sometimes people just have trouble making 100 Eye show up, and you know, it's frustrating when you're almost 3 hours into a run or whatever, and that happens.
The reason, or the thing that makes 100 Eye much more tricky is because it unlocks after we finish wine delivery, it ends up on the bottom of the pool of missions. So there's always going to be some sort of cycling that you have to do to get 100 Eye. The strategy that we've kind of come up with for now is move some extra days to cycle the missions that are in the pub to get it closer to the top, and then start going through and mission cycling to grab it.
Just want to give them some more extra stats here.
Yeah, one of the other things that happens is on dispatch missions, it's the success rate is dependent on your units and what they have equipped. So giving the Black Mage a weapon is going to make sure that he has increased chance to complete 100 Eye once we get it.
So this is exactly 1 month after I did wine delivery. Should I do 1 more day? That should be fine, right?
Golden Gill is close.
Okay.
Yeah, Golden Gill and Pirates. So you're almost
we
there.
got Pirates here.
Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 away. You can tell I've done this a couple times when I know like the missions that generally like to hang out next to it.
I reckon you've done a run or 2, right? lifetime?
Yeah, a few times.
Okay.
Eleanor's seen a handful of missions, give or take 300 or so.
Yeah, I should be there now. No? I might move a little bit more on my map. Maybe that's the difference.
It's really tough to make this decision on this
There we
one.
go.
Just because make sure to dismiss the other ones and not 100i.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got through it. Whew. Oh, you got to get big vine.
Petrify.
You didn't pick it up.
Oh, did it not?
I don't think you did.
No, it wasn't in the dismiss list.
True.
I got you.
Yeah. Cheers for that. Much appreciated.
So 100i is interesting. It's
this is like
some of the
ideal,
other
like ideal.
dispatches.
Petrify, Spirit Magic, and Steel. That's like
Oh,
really
that's
good.
great.
I want to do a safety save regardless.
Yeah, some of the dispatches we did earlier had battle requirements and day requirements. So either move X amount of days or complete so many encounters. This is the first one we're doing that says defeat this many enemies. So we have to defeat 5 enemies, which is pretty easy because this mission has more than enough to cover that mission. The old route that used Fiera Assassins, because they aren't the strongest unit in the game, a lot of the ways they would just deal with enemies is just by turning them into statues with rock seal to petrify them. And this mission, they can't just do that because that doesn't count as a KO. So we would have to actually like slow down and try to kill the enemies. But then they also have, some annoying reaction abilities. Like the fighter in the middle there has strike back, so you can't just use a close range melee attack or it'll just cancel it and attack you.
Let's see some counters here.
Yeah, this is one of those missions that when we added counter in,
yes.
when it
Here
goes
we
well,
go.
you just feel so powerful because you
Let's
save
do it
so
again.
many turns.
Let's do it again.
And because steel is banned, these thieves can't try to steal anything. They basically have to attack.
Oh my
They're
god,
compelled.
this is so good. It just feels so nice when this happens because you just basically did the entire fight in just one turn. Unless
I hope
this hits.
this goes well.
Yeah, this misses. Oh, this is good. Cool.
So this is what it looks like when a mission goes well, and when we get everything that we need.
So if he can take out the bishop and the fighter attacks into another counter, this is basically the ideal
the
fight.
perfect fight.
Yeah. Ah, that's a shame. Okay.
Oh,
What can you? Nothing you can do. That's all right.
this bishop is probably one of my favorite units, just because it has a special item that allows it to walk on water, and it's very
it's
funny
so
when it gets to do it.
This would have been the perfect fight if that
Oh.
air render had hit. That is such a shame. Oh, please don't cast Holy. The animation takes so long. Oh, he's doing it. Okay. Well, I mean,
take that over losing JP.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, that was close to the ideal fight right here.
Marsh gets to hang out.
Do I even... I mean, I might as well. Just try an air render.
I think both bongas are about the same.
Yeah, I believe so. And if not, I will just have to make do on Desert Patrol.
So that I believe was a judgeless fight. So the judge did not take a turn, and that was pretty quick. But again, you can kind of see how much of a difference it takes. Like we just missed one attack on that bishop, and we added a bunch of time to this mission. So that's where when we have those different time saves that come up, your time can start to swing. And getting a really good time in this game kind of requires things to go well. And, again, the more you can react to the different things that come up and minimize the time loss or maximize your time saves, definitely adds up over the course of the run.
Look, it's Cheney.
That's not the punch we want.
So the dispatch just finished, and Chirard got the Snake Shield mission item, which is the prerequisite to get Cheney. When you place that on a mission, if a unit shows up afterwards, it will be replaced with Cheney, because it just swaps the recruit pool. But Cheney, being a semi-secret character, is a 25% chance to show up. Luckily, we're able to do this on a dispatch, so that means it's a much faster reload if needed.
4.
And we saved Chocobo Help specifically for this because it's a 5-day mission and it also has no law cards in its reward pool. So, like in this case, if you don't get Cheney to show up, any other mission would give you a law card and you'd have to, either keep them or swap them or just decline them. So saving this mission in the event of bad luck means you don't have to sit through that menu each attempt.
We do have to get this hard edge every single time, though. So that's one extra menu that unfortunately we can't avoid in this case. So introducing the law cards onto that starts to really add up.
Well, are we gonna see a repetition of the 31 attempt Cheney? Let's see.
No, I believe Cheney will be here any moment.
I did equip the Snake Shield, did I?
Yeah, you did.
You did.
Oh, okay, I'm just... That one time really messed me up.
I had that happen to me a couple weeks ago when I was on PB pace, and it was the most devastating thing ever.
It's just so heartbreaking because basically anything after this is just almost on autopilot because you know exactly what to do. And this is just bad luck, just breaking the run.
Yeah, this is really the last point where there's heavy RNG, and the rest of this we just go as fast as possible, rush to the end, and we have almost all the tools that we need just to go and finish the run.
Yeah, this used to be twice in the run that we would have a check like this, but we routed out the first one thankfully, so it's much more bearable.
That one specifically also had to do an encounter, so Chirad's able to save and load the game and reset every single time here. But if we had to do that for the other unit, we had to finish one of those boss encounters and do the boss encounter, do the attack, wait for the animation, and then load and do it all over again. So that was much more painful to sit through.
I mean, this is plenty painful already.
This is painful, but not as bad as waiting for Linny.
It could have been worse, yeah.
Yeah, this is like 2 or 3 Lenny attempts so far.
There we
go.
So there's Cheney, level 38, while the rest are level 34, and he comes pre-equipped with an Ultima ability learned, and I think some other ability that doesn't matter.
You can catch. I didn't need to do item there. Okay. I'm just gonna cycle through some days just to get Knuckles recommended here. I really like that strat, actually.
It's almost mandatory at this point.
Well, that might be... I think I just messed it up, did I? No, I did not. Not yet.
Just be careful around the
Nah,
yard.
you're safe.
It looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, so Chirad's moving, so Soul is banned, which is the Morpher weapon of choice. And the recommendation against Soul being banned is using Knuckles. And 2 of our characters just happen to be Knuckle users, and they also need JP. So if we're able to make that the bonus law, we can just have them punch everything in this battle. And regardless of whether or not it kills anything, they will get 1 JP if they hit the unit. So this is kind of like the last JP farm that we do in the run. And it's sped up significantly by just having a bonus law that favors us.
The prior version of this route had Cheney actually get up to higher JP levels, so this mission took much longer because Cheney's starting fresh, starting from 0 JP, but both of our bongas have had a number of fights leading up to this, so the number of JP that we're getting pretty much lines up to the number of enemies here, so we don't have to go too much out of our way to get there.
But we are going to give Cheney and Marsh a couple kills or attempted kills here, just to clear the enemies out a little bit, because we can take turns faster than the enemies, so just removing them will speed up the fight, regardless of who gets the JP from it.
Very nice opening on those two. So this is the example where we're going to get a bonus JP for attacking Cheney. And we wouldn't normally get that if we were just having any other law equipped, because we would need to KO Cheney instead, which we don't want to do. Or at least we would avoid trying to do.
Oh, the slowdown in this game is so rough in this mission. There's just too many sprites for the game to handle that it just completely slows down at some points.
From a technical standpoint, there's actually there's a limit to the number of sprites that can be shown and loaded per mission. The monsters also have much wider sprites than the regular units. So that's one of the reasons why there aren't too many missions that have a mix of monsters and regular units, because there's just a physical limit to the number of sprites that can be loaded at a time. There are some mods to the game that change that to make the monster sprites much more slim. So Leonarth, I believe, is one of the modders that took care of that.
Oh my!
Very nice.
That happened.
On these missions where we are outnumbered, definitely there's a lot of slowdown, and there aren't too many of these in the game.
Yeah, that's nice.
That was a high roll.
But that was still fine. I don't mind this one. It's just that I still need to have some leeway with normal attacks just to get my judge points here. And the defender is really annoying because he uses item. It just takes so much time. Well, that was a high roll too. Running out of enemies here, but...
There's still Cheney. You can still have the Banga attack each other too.
Cheney will save this. Unless he dies to a soldier or something.
Oh no.
This could be awkward. Ah, no, the soldier's not doing it. What was that? Was he? Yeah, he's mugging me? Really? Didn't know units this late in the game still had that.
I mean, they still use the basic potion, so...
I'm just gonna do this, I guess. Don't crit. Okay. Nice arrow, though.
Yeah, see, look at that arrow. How do they work?
Yeah, like, he was right next to him. So another alternative to this is to enter on, I think, the 14th, 15th, or 16th of the month. That puts skills against the law, which makes techniques the bonus. And White Monk's Air Render is a monk tech, so you can just use Air Render for bonus JP. So there's two options there, but Air Render has an animation, or a longer animation to it than just regular attack, so... preferably just go in with Knuckles as the bonus instead.
Can my monks live a counter from Marsh? Probably,
they don't
right?
always get them up to 10. One of them has 9.
One of them has 9 and one of them has 8. But I do prefer getting as high as I can here.
I just have them attack each other.
That also works. Oh yeah, they have lots of HP here.
For now.
And that's 9 on him, 9 on the other.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you can pick up the last one in present day if really needed.
So this one doesn't kill. Never mind. There were so many high rolls in this fight.
You're too
good. Any other battle under those circumstances, we'd be like, all right, we got all the high rolls. And this one's like, no, please live just a little bit longer.
Please don't crit.
But yeah,
Never
overall, that was
happens,
really
only
good
in this
desert
fight.
patrol.
There's not too many missions left in the game. We did see Doan, I believe, come back very momentarily. So Marsh is going to be able to talk with his brother and try to figure out what's going on. But Doan is also trying to thwart our attempts at trying to return the world as it was.
And this next mission also unlocks our last and final totema, because currently the Humes are the only race we have that do not have access to one. And it's also the 5th boss and last one before the final series of bosses at the very end of the game.
There's also a point in the game where most of the missions become the type where we step on the tile and the mission activates. So not only are the enemies catching up to us in level, but we're also not able to bring those mission items that push our attack up to higher levels. This is one of the reasons why Cheney is so invaluable to us, is because when we have these boss missions, his ultimate ability does 300% attack value just for hitting. And that can really save us a lot of time, and then we can have our other enemies or our other units come through and just do one single attack or an air render or a ranged attack and finish the fight for us.
So this fight has a very special strat that you might want to talk about here.
It's actually interesting how this has developed over the years, because this fight used to be quite the chore initially. We would actually use it to get a little bit of JP because we had nothing else to do while we waited. The fight ends after Ledner takes 2 or 3 turns. Alternatively...
Oh, I misclicked again. I meant to... Oh no, how does this keep happening this run?
Alternatively, if Marsh dies, he gets right back up. He ain't going down without a fight.
Sid's got us on this one.
But yeah, I can't even remember who discovered this. Like, it never crossed our minds for the longest time to just kill one of our own characters in this fight. And it turns out you can just end it immediately if you kill Marsh.
And the nice thing about Cheney being a hunter is that hunters actually have very high speed growth. And Cheney's a higher level, so generally that means Cheney's going to outspeed Marsh in many of these encounters, which is useful for when we need to KO Marsh, or if there's other enemy units on the map that we need to KO and get damage on early. Cheney will go first, and then our other units can come in very shortly after.
So this fight, so we get another proper boss fight for this crystal. It has potential to be a 1-turn win. Because of the way the damage ranges work when you're attacking, it's basically plus or minus 10% from the estimate. And so now that we have Cheney and he has Ultima, which does, like KG said, 300% of your attack. If he rolls high on it, hits, it has potential to one-shot Mateus, which just ends the fight immediately. If not, we have 3 other units that can, try to seal the deal and finish her off.
There's also a common theme with a lot of these missions at the end where we start in these long corridors, and we have to do our best to try to hit the enemy. So we're going to definitely be taking a lot of front attacks. We try to get side attacks where we can, but we do end up taking a lot of front attacks, which is where these 70% ranges can, unfortunately, maybe commentator's curse, pop up.
But we do have a really strong knife, so that's going to add a decent amount of damage. And our 2 Banga are pretty... Never mind. Pretty fast.
This is the part where Valnor and I will just not commentate anymore.
Is there any other things you want to go well, Chired? Let us know in advance.
How about you spawn some more clans, yeah. And then I accidentally enter to Ember Vale when it's an awkward law.
There you
That
go.
would be nice. I mean, Maybe I miss the next time, and then I can just kill the monk for some touch points. Oh, he's on 9, isn't he?
Yeah, but you still got one more for.
You got present day.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, not getting the one shot on this enemy is so painful. Look at this animation. Just.
Yeah, I think this is the same one as one of those illusion magics. So these are the kinds of things that we try not to see during the run, especially because it has to target every single ally on the map when those go off.
And we'll be seeing this boss again at the end of the game, and hopefully skip that animation in that fight as well.
All of these units getting a turn is just so painful to see. It just wastes so much time. Like, ideally, the boss would be dead before any of these vampires ever gets a turn in.
Yep, Cheney's got this though, for sure.
85%.
So one thing too is that Ultima costs 60 MP.
There we go.
So Cheney comes in with just enough to shoot it twice. If a battle goes on longer than that, then he's effectively out of his heavy hitting move. Back when we also ran with Linny had a chance to generate with enough MP, so he could use it twice, but oftentimes it was just a one-shot Ultima. And, you know, being able to do it twice really speeds things up for when you need it.
Well, good thing we picked up the totem, huh? It's like we could use that soonish.
Yeah, now if keeping track, we have Marsh has 10 JP, one of the Bongas has 10 JP, and we have another Bonga on 9. And there's only one more fight that we actually do normally before we get to the final map. So again, that portion where we were looking for Cheney really is that kind of last bit, and then the mission after that is the last bit where missions are slow and there's, you know, fights that we're doing normally.
Would love to see a target bow at some point.
Yeah. Kane's Lance is also an interesting weapon, but we don't use it.
Now, Loki, this is not close to record at all. This is far from being close to record. I wish it was, but no, not even close. Like, I don't know what the timer is looking like, but it's just no way.
We kind of the rules of thumb that we use for this game is saying around the 2-hour 30 to 2-hour 35 mark is where you want to be finishing Yogg Hunt, and that will keep you at least on pace for a sub 4-hour run. And sub 4 hours is a very, very, very good time. I think Valnor and I are the only two that have times in that range. But that's also due to the new route kind of opening up and speeding up so many different parts of it. The older route, it was much less consistent that you would get a sub 4 time, just because of the RNG of getting Linny and Cheney on top of some of the other missions that we had to do normally.
Well, this is a fight.
This one is called, this is Mad Right Now, right?
Yeah.
Also, sometimes I like to refer to it as Gah.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Oh, no, don't combo. We do this now. Good thing we just picked her up.
So now we get to see our third Totema summon. Sadly, we will never see the other two because they do nothing. They damage MP, which, you know, if we're trying to defeat the enemies, we don't care about that stat at all. That's not going to help them die faster.
We actually don't mind seeing the other 2 totema later on.
Yeah, no, you're right.
We actually want to see them. We don't ever use them ourselves, but there is one enemy that can use them. So if we do end up seeing another totema, we hope it's one of those 2. And this is this is Doan once again trying to stop us from meeting with Mute. There's this thing called Present Day, which is where all of the region, I guess, brings Mute presents. And the one with the best present gets to talk with Mute. And so Marsh's plan was to get a really good present and to bring it to Mute. But now Doan threw away our Matterite, and I don't think we ever get another present.
No.
I think we just kind of go.
we just wing it.
We are the present. Okay, and this is definitely the part of the run where the laws start to get more strict and start to counter the strategy that we want to use. So there's only a number of days that...
Are we using techniques? We don't use techniques, right?
Air render.
Monk tech.
Oh yeah, monk tech is a technique.
Yeah, it gets a lot more difficult to easily get to a tile on a day that works well.
I'm just gonna save because I'm feeling like it. But yeah, target all blades, that should be fine.
I think that's good. The gladiators won't...
We're gonna be locked in by that one clan there, but...
Never punished.
It's fine.
So because we didn't save Monty, this is one of the few cutscenes that's actually different based on if Monty is in your party or not. So Ezel kind of takes over the role of Marsh's companion, leading him through St. Evelis, and so Ezel's in this cutscene rather than Mont Blanc. Another difference
his music
in this...
still plays.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, this the other difference is that Monty will actually be pre-spawned in this map, and Marsh starts, I think, 1 square ahead. There's like some weird differences where if Monty's alive, then the units just start in different spots. I think this Templar also doesn't walk nearly as far forward if Monty's in the room. So it's just like slightly off that when you run it, it just feels different.
But no one would be foolish enough to run save Monty.
The one in the back is the one with 9 JP. Gotta remember that.
So there's some cool strategies on this one. This one is a front attack on this Templar, and if it hits, then Marsh will actually be able to move beyond the Templar and get a ranged attack on some of the units, the squishy units in the back.
Okay, good.
And again, we wait on Cheney to get Cheney's turn to come around much sooner. And that Alchemist is the one that we really want to get rid of. There's some abilities that they have that are really annoying, but Marsh can also one-shot the Alchemist. So now we can leave some of these other units half damage and pick up some extra JP if we need it. So McGregor, we need 1 more JP.
So the last 3 enemies all have blades, which is against the law. The Mog Knight will probably...
He's probably going to use an item.
Moglance? No. Oh yeah, potion. The basic potion, the most potent healing you can do this late into the game.
I should probably not hit the Gladiator, because he also uses Spellblade. Yeah.
Yeah. That
Let's
one
go for the hit just the
two.
Alchemist.
Well, thanks, Marsh.
So much for that. Oh no, he's gonna heal. I probably shouldn't have done that. But then again, let's just do this, I guess. Okay, well. We get 1 more shot? No, we don't. So that Moogle Knight's gonna heal again, sadly. But that's fine.
And this is a really awkward map because those couches and chairs take up spaces, and so there's kind of limited movement in this room in general. So it's a small map. The enemies we can't quite one-shot, and you can't really maneuver around. So it's really awkward when you are needing JP on this map, which is sometimes why it's convenient to get it before coming here, or at least minimize the amount of JP you need.
Right, so he's done. Now we just need the other. I probably should have. Oh no, he's probably did it.
Yeah.
I forgot that he was already damaged. There we go. So now we got judge points on both of our bangers again.
Now everyone's set for the rest of the run. There's going to be a little bit of equip and job changing later, but otherwise, we've got everything we need.
And this is another two-parter mission. Again, casually, if you're going through and you're like, hey, I'm just going to go step on this map, you might find yourself where you have to do this mission, and then it's another 1v1 fight, this time with Ledner. Babis is actually coming in. Babis wants to help Mute wake up and to realize that it's time to go back to the real world, so Babis is helping us. I think at this point, Sid is also helping us as well after the fight with Babis and taking out that Totema. But Ledner is out to get us.
And this time, you cannot skip this fight by dying early. Just word of advice, don't try it.
Oh, thank you.
The tricky things about fighting Ledner is that we actually can't do damage to Ledner at all. One of the first things you might do is run up and attack, and he takes 0 damage from anything that you try. So we do have to run away from Ledner for a certain amount of turns. Ledner has some pretty strong abilities and also has one ability that can poison us. So even though we have high health, if we get poisoned, that's going to just chew through any extra padding that we might have. For the most part, we can run away from Ledner thanks to our dash boots. And because we're higher level, Marsh's speed keeps up with and sometimes surpasses what Ledner is going to do. And apparently everybody can teleport except for us.
Who is this guy? I wonder.
So yeah, the main goal here is just play keep away until the reinforcements arrive. You can easily get cornered and he'll get a couple attacks out. The main thing is you just don't want him directly next to you, because that's when he pulls out his heavy hitting spell that can pretty easily kill you.
Yeah, I should have moved one further. That was my bad.
And we're generally okay with Ledner taking 1 turn because it will slow his next turn down and sometimes give us a double turn. That will not be the case today.
I think I can just wait the next one, right?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah, okay. Ideally, I would have moved Marsh further towards the throne, because there is some screen scrolling involved here that I could have saved otherwise, but it's alright. It's not bad.
It's a very slow screen scroll.
Yeah, that's why I prefer to stand closer to the throne, but if he gets in the way, I really don't want to take an Ultima.
One of the things that I really appreciate about this game is just the pixel art, like those statues on the sides and stuff. It really just adds a lot to this game, and so many of the ability animations, it just makes it really fun playing and seeing all the different ones. Okay, so we're not quite out of the woods
about
yet.
that clan.
but it'll be okay. This is a situation where we probably would just kind of.
Oh my
Never
god.
mind, never punished.
Never punished.
Easy. I mean, I had you fooled because I knew all along that it would despawn.
Wait, was this a bit?
I wish it was a bit.
So this next mission, Hidden Vein, is the last one we're able to use our mission items we've hoarded for so long. All the other missions after this are just going to be moved to the tile, so we don't get the extra bonus strength.
We did never get to use our flower vase, but it has been here with us the whole time.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have to get that.
It's the friend we made along the way. That flower vase. Holy Berserk Katanas. Oh yes, sign me up.
We're also coming up on the last treasure hunt for the speedrun. But we gotta do this mission first.
There are some. There is a day where if you do present day on a specific day, it will allow you to have laws that kind of take you to the rest of the game if you don't have to detour or anything. But what we may end up having to see is walking around a little bit after each mission or before each mission just to get the right set of laws for the next mission. This map in particular, it looks small, but there are some very annoying enemies on this map. The juggler in particular can do some disabling. The blue mage, who is red, has the damage to MP, so Triad has to clear that out first.
If only that went into HP.
Have you seen this one before? That one step?
The one step. Yeah, so the juggler can hit 4 tiles away. Usually he outspeeds Marsh, but you actually went first. So yeah, he was able to just step right out of range.
I love doing that one
attack.
thing. It's just
I think
so
that
nice
was-
to do it.
That was one that you introduced.
I believe so. I haven't seen it
Because
before, but I was like, what if I just move one step ahead? And
I mean, normally I just don't even get that chance. The juggler just goes first every time.
This is our second to last totema of the run.
Potentially.
And in the old route, I think this is actually the last totema that we would do. Because we're running with Bonga, we routed in an additional one because the next mission, as you'll see, is very long. The enemies have like really high health, and a lot of them also have ways to stop arrows. So Cheney can't really do anything, and it just takes a long time to get to the enemies.
And they can petrify you, and it's just a small, narrow hallway that you have to walk through. So you can just get blocked by your own units being turned to stone. And it's really frustrating to do slowly.
And this is a really nice scene. Valno, I don't know if you want to talk about the radio show.
Yeah, so if there's any fans of this game and this story, there's actually a radio drama, a Japanese radio drama that they did for the story of this game, and it does a slightly different retelling of the story. Like the kids and stuff meet up at different times and work together in different ways. But there's actually a copy of it on YouTube. I don't know what the link is. If you just search FFTA radio drama, someone actually did a subtitle translation for it and posted it on YouTube. And it's, I love this game. I'm a huge fan, and like finding that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I get to, just listen to these people voice act the story, and it was really well done. I liked it. There's a lot more emotion in some of the scenes, like that one where Marsh reconciliates with his brother. Like it's so much more impactful hearing it in voice. So, when Square eventually does the remake, put that in, make it happen. But yeah,
Now we can see
radio
that-
drama. There, it's out there.
And this is where Doan is actually joining us. So it's nice because toward the end of the game, we're making amends with all of our friends, and they're all kind of coming around and helping us. I think because we didn't get the target bow, this is actually the last menu for the game as well, right? Or the last party equip.
The last equip.
Oh, he doesn't have counter. Right.
Yeah, you don't even need it anymore, 'cause there's not really anything that attacks.
And our bongas are very, very strong, just stat-wise, but the Estral Edge will give them that extra leg up on damage that we need to finish out this fight.
Wait, it's the Nubswood clan. It's not going to move.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
you're avoiding Copycat.
And broadswords.
Yeah, and broadswords too.
Okay.
I would
that-
like,
No,
Actually-
no Sonic Boom.
yeah.
Yeah, so this is the problem with the end of the run is we're only running 3 different classes, 3
I
different
just want to do a
jobs.
safety save here. I mean,
Yep.
nothing's gonna happen, but
So even with our limited skill pool, like choices available and weapons available, there's still so many laws that just completely hinder our ability to do anything. So we still have to walk around to, get to a good date to do stuff. We can't just enter anything whenever we want.
so what's coming up here is one of the coolest shots in this entire game. We haven't figured out how arrows work. The algorithm is just we don't know what exactly they did with it. But you can do this, and it's just so satisfying. You just straight up shoot
the
up
arrow
there.
just wobbles.
It's going, you know.
So we're weakening the 2 high HP targets, the dragon and the Malboro. The panther frequently lives too. I don't know if that's just a me thing.
No, it
happens
did
to me
happen to me
too.
before, definitely.
It's definitely at
This
the point where, like, even though we're strong, we are not that strong.
We really optimize the level grind to get us so we can finish the game. Like, that is our objective. Any less, and this would be a much harder fight. And any more, we would do it, but then we're also trading that extra time leveling. As mentioned, it's about, I think, 2 minutes or so per level. Or
Yeah.
like it's like really
it's like
2:30.
205 to 215
Yeah,
at the later stages.
So, if we save 2 minutes, if we can barely clear it, that's good enough for us.
So let's hope that we can clear out the panther with this totem here.
I don't know if this was your Dragoon or Gladiator.
I don't know.
It's the one with 140 speed.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Thank you.
That helps.
Was it the first one on the list?
Nice.
Yeah.
There we
Good
go.
clear, good clear. And that's that extra power from the Estral Edge coming through is the weapon attacks on your weapons do take into account for your totema damage. So that one really helps. But now we're going to reconnect with Sid. I believe what's happening is that we recognize that Ledner is not able to be damaged. And the reason why is because there's a special law protecting Ledner. And so Sid is saying, hey, we can, if you get me the right materials, we can actually craft a special law that will break the barrier, get rid of the law that's protecting Ledner from damage. But Ritz and Shara see this, and they're going to try their best to stop us before we can get to the Royal Valley, which is where Mute and Mute's mom are hiding away to try to prevent Marsh from returning to the real world.
No. Oh, I tried to cancel it. It was so late.
This
Yeah.
this is a clan encounter.
Yeah, so you might have been wondering what these look like. Chirod's done really well at not hitting them this whole time. The annoying thing is that they scale to your level. Early on, it's not too bad because, your average is going to be lower than Marsh's level, so you can typically outspeed a lot of the enemies and flee. Now we have Cheney, so if you do run into one here, he's pretty fast too. Luckily, that was also a slow clan. But it's straight up just like a 40 to 60 second time loss, depending on if any enemy units get a turn.
It's enough that there have definitely been runs that have not been
Okay, managed to cancel that movement.
Yeah. There's been PBs or world records that have not been had just because there was a clan fight that you couldn't avoid, or you lose like a couple minutes here and there.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna
Well,
go.
it looks like you're going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get a run where the clans are just never a problem. They're just absent from your path, and it's great. And then this.
This works, right?
Yeah, you'll just have to change it for Royal Valley afterwards.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, and this is the second to last mission that we will be starting. This is a really cool layout because you have to go over that bridge, and their party is starting where you need to go. So you still have to defeat all of them, or as we'll see, it's not even all of them. But normally what you would be doing is you'd be going up the side and kind of clashing with them. But the Gastra bow that we picked up prior to this mission is a special bow that has more range than any other bow in the game. And because of that extra range, we're actually able to move to a distance with Cheney to clear the mission.
I still love that name. Basile. I'm Basile. Yeah, so with the Gastra bow, you just barely have enough range with your maximum movement to hit Ritz from your first turn. And you got
Easy.
hit, and that's the battle. So that whole treasure hunt, the weapon does have good strength, and it's really beneficial for that, but it's primarily to skip this fight.
And also, there's other cutscenes that happen between the different characters as they get their turns, but because Cheney's so fast, we skip a lot of that too. So that's exactly what we want to see on that fight. Again, we're kind of taking these 70% attacks, even though that one was from the side. As we saw, missing a 70% attack can lead to a lot of time loss on missions, and especially on this one when you have all the units have to go and then have to cycle around for Cheney's turn. That can
Also,
be a big time loss.
Yeah, Ritz has double cast, so you're going to sit through 2 spells every time she gets a turn. And, there's an assassin who's going to get, 3 turns to your 2 because she's just so fast. If you miss, the battle can just drag on for far too long.
We did get a Stardust Rod. Sounds pretty good.
That's what I needed for the run.
Yeah. We need to get a...
Save us? Nah.
Not Hunt.
Not definitely not Hun.
That's the one we need.
Let's go over here.
So this is the final location we're going to. Definitely not.
Missile is not a good law. I'm not really sure where I'm going. I should just go to the south there. The paths are very short. Technique, nah.
Yeah, there's very few windows you can enter these missions
Target
on.
all blade summons. That works, right?
I think that's
Yeah.
good.
Save the game, yeah, why not? Might as
Sounds
well,
like a good
right?
idea.
Yeah, it's mandatory to save the game here. You cannot trigger this fight unless you save. If you don't save, you can move off the tile. If you save and then try to move, you get the fight. If for some reason you game over and you have to reload your file, you have to walk off and then walk back on and resave the game.
And this mission is actually three encounters in one go. So I think all Final Fantasy games have some sort of multi-part boss. This one is actually just 3 different maps that we go into.
I love these maps, by the way. They look so cool. I wish we could see them more often. But it's alright. At least we get to see it in the speedrun. My dear, this is the final boss mission. Once this is done, this entire mission, that's gonna be time. So, probably gonna
all
take
3 battles.
yeah, it's probably gonna take like what, another 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, we'll
Something
see.
like
We'll see.
Let's
After
see.
the mute text box, but not the first one, the second one.
Yes, not the red herring.
I'll have you show time, and I'm just gonna keep spamming because I always miss it. I just spam text so hard that I go through the text box and then I'm like, oh wait, that was supposed to be time, I believe.
So this is a very frustrating fight. There are a couple fast enemies, there's a couple slow enemies, and we see an illusionist there. And we also have to try to hit a front attack on Ledner. And Ledner's class gives him a lot of evasion. So we're looking at a 30% roll on Cheney to try to end this fight immediately. It's not the end of the world if we don't hit it. It is, much slower if we don't. But there's not really anything we can do to increase those odds other than waiting for Ledner to move closer.
30%, here we go.
So this will be the first shot that we take to see if we can hit it.
Oh my god.
Nice.
So,
That's so good.
From the mission rewards as you're going through the run, you have a chance of getting a target bow, it's a regular bow, so archers can use it. It teaches the support ability Concentrate, which just adds a flat 50% to your accuracy rating. So that shot would then turn into an 80% chance, which is much more preferable. The downside, though, is if you switch Cheney to Archer to utilize that, he doesn't know any Archer attack abilities, which are the ones that are required to transition into more advanced jobs. So he is then stuck as Archer for the rest of the run, the remaining 2 battles. And the Gastro Bow adds a lot of damage. Target Bow, not so much. So the trade-off for being able to accurately hit Ledner with, an 80% chance over 30 means you're also opting for slightly slower or potentially longer fights for the final 2. But I always think it's worth it just because missing 30% and having to sit through all those turns, the illusion magic and all that, it's worth a tiny little bit of time loss on the next 2.
I definitely prefer having the target bow. It's just, the first fight being consistent is just so nice.
That fight can definitely start going south really quick if you don't end it quickly. Babis was fainted on the ground and actually counts as one of your units, so we only get 4 units on that map, which is fine for us. But if your units start going down, get outnumbered very quickly. In this fight, we're fighting Queen Remedy to try to bring back Mute. And what's cool in this fight is that you get to see the bosses that we fought as like main bosses earlier in the counters, but in this mission they're just kind of regular units. So you get to appreciate how far you've come and leveled up at this point, because now you just fight 3 units at the same time that you would have normally fought just one-on-one. But they are also level 33.
Didn't mean to move here, but it's alright. Oh, that's a good hit.
Another hit.
Yeah, so Remedy's pretty simple. She starts pretty close. All of your units can reach her first turn, and they'll all generally outspeed her, so it's not too much of an issue. The next fight, she backs up a couple tiles, which means all of the enemies usually get a turn, and you have to wait until the second round to defeat her. And that's where things can get a little dicey. But yeah, you can see how little damage we're doing with just our normal unit at this point. He's the only one that's not really powered up with good gear.
But the Estrelledge will always do damage.
Yeah, but the Estrelledge, on the other hand. So that's Queen Remedy. So now we're moving into the final boss.
And this is where it's revealed. I don't know the exact lore, but it's revealed that this is, I think, a being who has kind of taken over Mute's wishes and is now trying to hold this world together.
I think she's supposed to be the personification of the Grimoire's power.
There you go. We'll see in this transformation that Queen Remedy becomes Ligrim.
Also interesting to note on the deployment here, if you look at the bottom where it shows you how many out of how many you have deployed, Sid actually counts as a unit, so it'll be 1 out of 7, 2 out of 7.
I never noticed that.
I just know because I was watching someone play casually and there's like, they were excited because they're like, I get to deploy 7 people. It's like, no, you don't.
Not in this game.
No. Only
Alright,
enemies
so
with 7 people.
time for the last boss right here.
You almost have 10 JP on Cheney.
Time to
Don't
Ultima.
get any ideas.
This is how a new route is born.
I think target all is even forbidden. Oh, that's a miss. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, bosses don't listen to. Well, it might actually stop the 2 Mateuses.
They should stop for them, because bosses can break the law if they have a special medal. So it will allow them to. They'll still get a judge card. So I don't think we've broken any laws, but you get judge cards for breaking the law. And bosses will just pick up a bunch of yellow cards and essentially
Continue just doing it over and over.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a textbook
Yeah.
skip.
That's what I was thinking.
So after, like 50% HP, it triggers a small mid-battle cutscene where Marsh cries out to Mute, like so. If you hit
much
her
about the
with a
text skip?
few units and then with a heavy ultima afterwards, you can actually just bypass that trigger and end the fight without that cutscene.
It's definitely not worth going for because of how risky this fight is. Hopefully we won't have to see that.
So this could get a little dicey here.
Their special
Everybody else
badge
is full
turns red
health.
cards into yellow cards according to a rumor in the game. Interesting. I only click on the rumors to unlock missions. Law shift? Nope.
Oh, that's okay.
So when we
we-
were talking about there was a chance to see more totemas in the run, she is the one that is capable of doing it. She can summon any of the 5 of them, including ones that can basically just kill you. Oh, see, she broke the law. She used target all. So there's a yellow card. You're going to jail.
Thanks.
I mean, considering what the game throws at you in terms of laws all the time, that would have been a fitting end.
Can you imagine just like that was the end? She just goes to jail and that's it. That's the end.
All right,
Nice.
so we have
Time's coming up real
time coming
soon.
up, right? I hope I don't
I
miss
do a
it.
countdown, but I don't even know when it is. Mute will disappear and then Marsh will shout. 3, 2, 1.
He's not even gone yet.
I won't. You know what?
In time. There we go. Whew, that was a run for sure.
So many clans.
Oh, that was the main issue, I believe.
But that was the entirety of the FFTA speedrun.
It was a pretty good time. It was a 4:08:23.
408. Wow.
That's
That's
amazing.
actually really close to my PB. I think my PB is like 4:07 or something.
That's with like a little bit of extra pause time in there too.
Yeah. I mean, the run was far from ideal. There was so much that went on there, but I'm really happy with this.
Yeah, it looks like your current PB is a 4:07:22. So basically an extra minute over that.
And that's pretty good, considering
nice.
it. Yeah, that was great. Oh boy. Can I do some shoutouts real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Right, so first of all, I would like to make a huge shout out to GDQ Hotfix, you yourself, Church, for having me and the tech team, making all of this possible in the first place and allowing me to, well, pretty much showcase this fantastic game. It's rough to get this into marathons or into any bigger speedrun streams just because of the grind, but I'm really happy I got to show this off. Then, of course, to the FFTA community itself. It's a small community, but it's very welcoming. Everyone is very helpful, and if you like this game, please feel free to drop in, say hi. We can get something going for you. If you like the randomizer, if you like Pamphlet, anything works. Just chat us up, you know? Then another one for KG and Valnor, who were always there to answer questions, and they came up with the current route that I'm running. And this run here wouldn't have been possible without them and their continued effort. There is still some stuff in the making. We'll probably change the grind eventually soonish, so that's something that's coming up as well.
It's coming.
It's coming. And I got one more shout out. It's actually to my girlfriend, because I'm living in Germany and it's 5:30 in the morning right now. We have a pretty busy weekend ahead of us, and I'm so grateful that she's putting up with me doing a speedrun all night. So thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed doing this, and thanks everyone who watched and enjoyed this run. I really appreciate all of you. Please feel free to check out more of FFTA. It's a really fun game to run. That's it.
Do either of the commentators want to say anything?
Just basically everything Chirad said. Like, yeah, thank you to the community for, always being there, watching the game, watching the development of it. All the runners, and KG for routing. Like, so much fun having a co-router to do that with for, God, that was like 3 months straight we were working on that. It was crazy. And Chirad for, that was a great showcase. That was a good run. It was really fun to actually just be here commentating and watching it live instead of being the one doing it for once. It's really cool.
And there's two shout outs that I want to make. One to the FFTA modding community, who has actually helped with some really cool mods. Definitely check it out, different ways to play this game. And Leonarth in particular for just showing more information about what this game is. And to T. Ferguson, who I don't know if any of us have ever interacted with, but there's a game FAQs report from T. Ferguson who pretty much explained how this game works, and a lot of the strategies we come up with, we just go back to this, many years old game FAQs, and
it's the holy book of FFTA. It has everything you need to know in it.
Yeah, like all the mission item rewards, in-depth mechanic analyses. So yeah, thanks T. Ferguson if you're out there and you're listening to this. Really appreciate what you did for our community.
Thank you all so much for being on. I know this was kind of a last minute thing. Chirad, I appreciate you staying up until 5 in the morning to do this run.
I did this gladly. Thank you for having me.
I had a blast. Like I said, I love the tactics series, so this was awesome to be able to have y'all on to showcase the run. Thank you all so much. I had a blast, and I think everybody in chat did too. This was awesome, and hopefully we get to see more of you. With all that said, though, we don't have anything else left for you tonight. We do have another show coming up for you tomorrow, going places at 1 p.m. Eastern. We hope to see you there. Have a great night, everyone.
Good night.